Shalom, everybody. Can you
Come.
I think it's. I don't know if this is long. No. Don't use that one. Thank you. I usually use the new one. Okay, Slacky, y'all. Hope everybody's doing well. Shout out Cabo Cobb, brothers and sisters in Guatemala, and that he's responsible for, California, Georgia. Hope everybody's doing well. Stream of Wisdom family, Houston, Quatazap, Virginia, Kazakia, Zion, Rochester, New York. Hope everybody's doing well today. We want to get our Sabbath in. We're a little late, but we're going to try to catch up and get things done like normal. Without further ado, let's start our prison. Make sure you put your phone up when you get a chance. When you get a chance. Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushua. Everybody.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushua.
Let's do it again. Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushua.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushua.
Hahawa'ah. Nathan
A war.
Zayawam. The water.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us light this day. Thank you. So be it.
No, not there. Okay. Whoa. Now we have a straight up fire. Sorry, I would about to burn the building down. Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushua.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushua.
Hahawa'ah. Nathan Raya. Nayakaka. The water.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us sweet savor. Thank you. So be it.
Imagine Waponya, Yerushalayim.
Stand and face Jerusalem.
Good though, yeah, don't worry about it. I get it later. Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushua.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushua.
Hahawa'ah. Nathan Hashabbat. Bashalom.
The water.
Aman.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the Sabbath in peace. Thank you. So be it.
Psalms 121. Anasya.
Ayan
Yamya. Ahaya. Maya. Yabu'ah. Isaiah. Yabu'ah. Ma. Yahweh. Sha'isha. Shemaiah. Waratiza. La'ah. Jonathan. Lamawat. Regalia. Yala'ah. Nawam. Shashamayah. Hana. Yala'ah. Nawam. Wala'ah. Yishan. Shashawamar. Yasharala. Yahweh. Shemaiah. Yahweh. Tazaria. Ayo. Yanyamya. Yad. Hashemash. Yala'ah. Hakaya. Bayawam. Wala'ah. Halabana. Balayala. Yahweh. Yashimoya. Makom. Right. Yashimor. Napasha. Yahweh. Yashimor. Awalakia. Wabawa'aya. Ma'itha. Wa'ai. Awalam. Aman. B'Hashem Yahushua.
Psalms 121 in English. I will lift up mine eyes unto the hills, from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from Yahweh, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Yasha'Allah shall neither slumber nor sleep. Yahweh is thy keeper. Yahweh is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. Yahweh shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. Yahweh shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth, and even forevermore. Amen.
Shema Yahshua. Yahweh. Eloheinu. Yahweh. Echad. Shema Yahshua. Yahweh. Eloheinu. Yahweh. Echad. Shema Yahshua. Yahweh. Eloheinu. Yahweh. Echad.
Deuteronomy chapter 6 verse 4. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our power is one Lord.
Lord's Prayer. Abanawa, Shabbat Shemayim, Kodesh, Hayah, Shemka, Yahweh, Malak with Kaf, Taba'ah, Ratazaka, Hayah, Aisha, Bar Ratazak, Kawah, Hayah, Bashemayim, Nethalanawa, Lachom, Kol, Yawam, Wasalachanawa, Chol Wathinawa, Kasalachanawa, Chol Wathinawa, Wala'ah, Thabiyanawa, Barisawan, Abo, Hawashanawa, Mayan, Rai, Kayak, Lakab, Amalakwath, Waha'ara, Wahathaparwath, La'av Elamyam. Amen.
Lord's Prayer in English. Matthew chapter 6, verse 9. After this manner, therefore, pray ye, Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory forever. Amen.
Amen. 10 Commandments. La'ayahaya, Lakab, Alahaya, Achaya, Aya,
Thou shalt have no other powers before me.
Number 2. La'ah, Ta'anah, Lakab, Fasal, Wala'ah, Ta'ibada.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, nor serve them.
Number 3. La'ah, Talach, Shem, Yahweh, Bashawa.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy power in vain.
Number 4. Zakar, Hayawam, Hashabat, Lakodashwa.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Number 5. Kabad, Abaka, Ya'amaka.
Honor thy father and thy mother.
Number 6. La'ah, Taratazak.
Thou shalt not kill, murder.
Number 7. La'ah, Tana'ah.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Number 8. La'ah, Taganah.
Thou shalt not steal.
Number 9. La'ah, Ta'inah, Shakur.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Number 10. La'ah, Ta'chamad, Kol, Asherah, La'raika.
Thou shalt not covet anything which is thy neighbor.
Okay. Birthday, how about Hashem Yahshai?
Birthday, how about Hashem Yahshai?
Hawa,
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the law.
Israel, Yeshabim.
Everybody seated?
Okay, so this is what's going on. We kind of like finish abruptly in class last Saturday. I don't want to say abruptly, but what I didn't want to do is overload the class and add more to it than what we already had. I thought we had a lot of good tread on the topic. This week, though, we still have to finish 2nd Esdras chapter 4, and there's less left than what we've already accomplished and gotten so far. So we're going to get the most out of the 2nd Esdras 2nd Esdras 4. But I don't like, personally, to go through everything we're going through in Esdras and then start Nehemiah this week. Because that would be, I just don't like transitioning like that. So what we're going to do is finish off this 2nd Esdras chapter 4 today. And then next week we're going to start Nehemiah, because Nehemiah and Ezra, they're operating somewhat in the same time. When we get to Nehemiah, we're going to read that 14 years after Ezra got to Israel is when Nehemiah got his calling. And the Spirit was on him to sit back here and look after Israel and try to get Israel back on track. So that 14-year span still had Ezra in there. And when we get to Nehemiah, we're going to read when Ezra starts to send prayers up on behalf of the nation. Ezra's in Nehemiah towards the end of the book. So we'll go into that in time. But today we want to finish off 2nd Esdras 4 and get the totality of the topic. And like I said, there's so much more to Ezra. but then it starts getting really dense, and that has to be kind of reading on your own, because I don't want to lose the audience, and I don't want. It's just a lot of heavy, dense information. So today we're going to do the majority of the end of 4, and we're going to go sprinkle in a little bit of 2nd Esdras 7 to give clarification to 2nd Esdras 4. So we stopped at verse 37 last week, but let's go up just a little bit just to get comfortable. Let me sit back here. Let's get 2nd Esdras chapter 4 in verse. Let me see. 38. Let's see. Let's get 25.
Let's salute Christ.
Yeah, let's do that.
Karaya, Shah Shabbatah, Banashah, Banyashala.
Karaya, Shah Shabbatah, Banashah, Banyashala.
No, I'm tripping, man. Hold on, let's do it again. Do it again.
Karaya, Shah Shabbatah, Banashah, Banyashala.
Karaya, Shah Shabbatah, Banashah, Banyashala.
I'm watching. Bro.
Yahweh Shem Yahshabakatah.
How about Shem Yahshabakathon?
All right. I'm sorry. Mine is on. Where are we starting with this chapter?
You want to recap from last week?
Well, I am, but I'm just trying to get a good spot at where we need to go. We stopped at 37. I just want to kind of like go up a little further because you're in the middle of a thought, and I want to just transition it better.
I missed it.
Okay, let's do.
I missed it, so I'm going to like to catch up. Let me know what's going on.
Let me see.
I couldn't be here.
Let's read verse 28. We'll start at 28. That's what we'll do. Let me change it on the screen. Shabbat Shalom, everybody online. Read verse 28. 2nd Esdras chapter 4, verse 28.
2nd Esdras chapter 4 and verse 28. But as concerning the things whereof thou askest me, I will tell thee. For the evil is sown, but the destruction thereof is not yet come.
Now, I'm not going to go into the specifics like we did last week, but he's just letting us know the destruction hasn't made it yet from the time of Ezra, as the angel was talking to him, but that evil wickedness that we initiated is sown in the earth, and that wickedness has to run its course on earth.
And it was started by Adam.
God, Adam's sin opened the door for that wickedness that's in all mankind, and that wicked seed has to ride out to the very end in order for the righteous seed to actually manifest and to thrive. Okay, so pretty much wickedness has to run its course before Israel gets their power back, gets their kingdom back. Read on.
Verse 29. If therefore that which is sown be not turned upside down, and if the place where the evil is sown pass not away, then cannot it come that is sown with good.
And that's exactly what I said. If therefore that which is sown, that wicked root that's sown, isn't turned upside down, and if the place where the evil is sown passes not away. He's just saying that wickedness in mankind has to run its course, and it has to be exposed through every nation that's given an opportunity to bear rule. That's also what it's saying.
So you're saying Israel falls, and then there's a cycle of like musical chairs, so to speak. Every nation has
their opportunity on earth
Yeah.
to do that which is right. When we had our opportunity to do that which is right, we failed. And the Assyrians had an opportunity. Don't forget, the Assyrians, what opened the door for the Assyrians to reign as we were declining?
I believe it was Zedekiah.
No. It's the story. It's Jonah.
Oh,
Who did Jonah have to go to?
Nineveh,
which is the capital city of who?
Assyria.
And those people did what to the Most High?
They repented.
And as they repented, that opened the door for them to get an opportunity to do what?
To rule.
To rule. Their repentance and humility towards the Heavenly Father gave them their first shot.
That's right.
Then after they sat back here, ran their course, and were exposed, and that wicked root that was sown in them was exposed, then he brought them down, and then he replaced them with Babylon. And at one time, Nebuchadnezzar was honorable and had a willingness to serve the Most High, so much to the point where the Most High checked him, and he humbly adjusted. How many nations do that? How many kings do that? And how many kings were even given the opportunity to repent before the Most High cut them off? So that alone says a lot about how much respect the Most High had for Nebuchadnezzar, and he gave him a chance to repent in the first place. They ran their course. Then after they got removed, you had Persian Mede Empire, and they had a handful of honorable kings that respected the Most High as the omnipotent one. Whether it was Cyrus, whether it was King Darius, whether it was King Artaxerxes, even King Xerxes. They had enough of respect of the Most High where he let them run their reign in peace. Then you sit back here and we get down to the Greek Empire and so forth and so on. All these kingdoms had an opportunity to reign, and once their evil and wickedness was exposed, they were removed. But the angel is telling Ezra, hey, all these countries and these nations have their reign and they have to run their course in order to be fair. Because if they didn't run their course, they can always say, hey, man, you automatically assumed that we weren't going to live right. You didn't even give us a chance to be honorable. Does that make sense? So all the nations of the earth had to run their course before the Most High says, okay, now it's time to take care of and bring Israel back in, and that righteous seed gets turned back over. Even the idea of the soil being turned over, how did he turn the soil over? Does anybody know what the turning of the soil really is? It's the changing that heart.
Yep.
It's the changing that stony heart to a fleshy heart. He says that's got to happen, but that can't happen until all these nations run their course and Christ comes back and changes his heart, our heart himself. Okay? So.
Just want to bring something up on that too. Matthew chapter 13, verse 28. Mm-hmm.
28.
Come. Matthew chapter 13 and verse 28. He said unto them, an enemy have done this.
And we know that adversary was Satan in the garden that brought that disobedience, which Adam inherited and took upon himself, that caused that evil seed to reproduce. Read on.
The servant said unto him, wilt thou then that we go and gather them up? But he said, nay, lest while ye gather up the tares.
Now, why didn't the Most High root out that negative seed while it was in Adam early in its inception? He said, but the Most High, that's how you know the Most High allowed the nations an opportunity. Because remember what happened to Adam? He got cast out the garden.
Mm-hmm.
He got cast out of paradise. So, you know, the Most High said he will move us to jealousy with that of a no people.
True.
So there's a consequence to when we inherit a negative heart. The Most High let somebody take that spot and see what they do with it.
So it wasn't like the Most High, he made a mistake, he was unfair.
Yeah.
That's not, Israel says that sometimes.
Yeah, because the Most High gave Adam the benefits first.
Mm-hmm.
Then he violated the laws and commandments. But he got the benefits in advance, prior to his errors. That's how you know the Most High is merciful. You know, the Most High was thinking about him first. You know, because the Most High considers us even when we don't consider him.
True.
But read on.
God. It says, "Without then that we go and gather them up, but he said, Nay, lest while ye gather up the tares, ye root up also the wheat with them."
So the Most High said, if you gather up the tares, just like if you got weeds in the field in the crop, and you turn over the soil to get the weed out, you're gonna get all the corn or the harvest, whatever it is you're harvesting. You're gonna tear those roots up too. You destroy the whole thing. So the Most High said he has a solution. What's the solution? Read.
It says, "Let both grow together."
So he said, let them both grow together. That means the wheat gets an opportunity to grow, but what also gets opportunity to grow? The tares. They get to grow too. But what's going to happen? Read on.
Let both grow together until the harvest.
So the Most High is going to separate the ones that still have that stony heart in the end versus the ones that turn that stony heart into flesh. He's still going to separate the two people with those two types of hearts. Read.
"And in the time of harvest, I will say to the reapers, gather ye together first the tares,
And do what with them?
and bind them in bundles to burn them."
So we go ahead.
"But gather the wheat into my barn."
Now, real quick, read Hebrews chapter 12 and read verse 14.
Hebrews chapter 12 and verse 14. It says, "Follow peace with all men."
And so he says, so that you don't be rooted up and split up and gathered up and burned at the end of time, at the harvest, which is the final judgment. He says, make sure that while you're walking this earth, you got to follow after what?
Follow peace with all men.
So then that means you can't have a stony heart. You got to represent whatever declares peace. You got to make sure that you're all about peace, about harmony, about building bridges and bonds and making those disconnections. You have to reconnect those disconnections. If there's an ought that you got with your brother, you got to make sure you seek to resolve that. If there's an issue that it's on people, you got something on bad terms with people, something's left on bad terms, try to make good terms. Try to put those things on good terms. He says, follow after peace. Go ahead.
With all men.
Read on.
And holiness.
He said, and holiness. And what makes the Most High, what represents the Most High? The Most High is holy. The Most High is true. Read on.
Without which no man shall see the Lord.
And he said, if you don't change that heart and start making peace with people and being at peace with people, he said, you'll never see who?
The Most High.
You'll never see the Most High. Read on.
Looking diligently.
He said, that's why you got to make sure you got to use diligence. Remember, diligence is painstaking effort. Read on.
Looking diligently, lest any man fail of the grace of the Most High.
Can I say this? The reason even Shem Shawan is going here because we know that Christ is going to turn over the soil completely. Yeah. But we have to put the work in to be close to the soil for us to turn our own soil over. We have to put enough work in ourselves to eliminate that cold, evil heart so that we earn the opportunity for our... It's like this. Either we're going to purge our spirit to be in position for Christ to come in and turn the evil heart completely pure, or the fire is going to purge that evil heart in us.
There will be a purge.
Listen, so either you're going to purge a lot of yourself through the scriptures and the studying and the humility, or the circumstances that the Lord will allow us to go through will purge it out, and we'll come back as children with a better spirit.
Is he going to get burnt out either way?
That's the point.
So those days of me doing me and me being selfish and my way or the highway, those days are over anyway.
Well, it's going to be a hot highway. It's going to be a hot-ass highway.
Highway to hell.
Yeah.
Right.
Highway to hell. That's all I know.
It's going to be the highway. It's
Yeah,
going to be the highway.
exactly. Right? I don't know who made that song, but I remember.
Wide is the gate. Wide is the road. Narrow is the
Yes.
path.
So this is the whole point. You have more on that?
Okay.
Kind of says,
Keep going.
lest any root of
It
bitterness.
says, let any root of what?
Bitterness.
So the seed is already in us.
Mm-hmm.
We already got that grain of evil seed in us.
That bitter spirit.
That's already in it. That
That's
grain.
capable to have hatred and anger and bitterness.
So guess what you got to do? You got to make sure you don't let it grow. The seed is already in us.
Yep.
We already have. We're innately built with the components to be negative.
You're right.
We're predisposed to be negative
To hate.
and to look at things in a negative way. Look at people in a negative way.
Go.
You gotta. It's your job. That's why it says looking diligently. It's your job. Meaning you got to use diligence, painstaking effort to make sure you keep that seed in check.
Yeah.
Because that seed could sprout any moment. The minute you get angry at somebody, guess what you're doing? You're watering that seed that was in us from the beginning, that Adam put in us from the beginning. The minute you have an issue with it and have some malicious thoughts or ill intent, you're watering that seed that's in us already from the time of Adam.
So there's two seeds inside of us.
There's one seed. The one seed is negative.
Yep.
But if you keep the negative in check, the good can grow.
Okay, I got you.
There's good in us too, but the good can grow if you if you stay on top of that negative seed.
Go.
That's why it says looking diligently that what?
It says, looking diligently, lest any man fail of the grace of the Most High, lest any root of bitterness springing up trouble you.
It says there's at any point in time, from a negative outlook, a root of bitterness could spring up from a negative outlook.
Mm-hmm.
So the minute you get negative at something, or look at or misunderstand or misinterpret a situation,
Yep.
or have issue with something, you already starting to let that root of bitterness spring up.
Mm-hmm.
And that's when that heart gets cold. That's when that heart turns stony.
Angry.
Because it's full of weeds. It's full of impiety.
Yeah.
Read?
It says, and thereby many be defiled.
And it says, what will defile you? So we're looking at what defiles a man. What defiles a man is his root of bitterness. What you allow to grow in your mind. You could harbor on the good of life and people, or you could harbor on how people make you sick and how people get under your skin,
Mm-hmm.
and all the bad things that people do, and how people irritate you to death. So you have the option to let grow in you whatever you want to grow in you. But that's why it says you got to make sure you use diligence so that the wrong seed which is in us already from Adam, you don't let that thing grow. You got to cut it down. You better use some snippers, some weed killer, some weed puller.
Yep.
You gotta do what you got to do to keep them weeds subdued, so it don't destroy the good.
Listen, the best things about weeds, Zach, if you don't go deep enough in them roots, you can cut the top of the weeds off and go about your day.
Yeah.
Next time it rains, them things coming back strong as hell out.
Stronger.
You better sit back here and dig. You got to get all of the base of the root out. If you don't, it's going to keep coming out and causing havoc out.
You know, just cutting the root down but not getting it out, just saying my bad.
Yeah.
Oops.
Yeah.
My bad.
Yeah, that's the truth.
You know,
I didn't mean it.
I didn't mean that.
intentions.
That wasn't my intentions. Yeah, something like that. That's not enough, man. You got to go all the way to make sure you go deep in your subconscious. You got to deep in your subconscious.
Your motivations.
Yeah, well, I got to really root out what's in me. I got to really look in the mirror.
Mm-hmm.
That's why he says that we be hearers of the word, not doers only. I mean, doers of the word, not hearers only.
That says though, a lot of times we don't go deeper because we don't want to accept when you get deeper what's really down there.
Yeah.
You know, when you go deeper, you know what you realize? It's not the person that I'm mad at. It's me.
Yeah. And I have a lot of negative in me.
It's bigger than the person I'm dealing with.
Kind of.
And we don't want to admit that before this person offended you, you were already offended before. You were pre-offended.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, more.
I love what you're saying.
Yeah, that's it from there.
Well, like I said, just as a recap, we're going into 2nd Esdras 4, and Ezra is trying to find out how long is this suffering going to happen for the nation? How long are we going to be at the bottom of the totem pole? How long are we going to be suffering and not having any position to thrive? And this is the question he's asking. And in the midst of that question, the angels explain to him, yeah, you're waiting on when Israel's going to get to the top. But the issue is wickedness in general has to rise. And wickedness in that wicked root that's in all man has to run its course.
Or we're going to repeat the cycle.
Before, because once again, it's bigger than just Israel. It's about eradicating wickedness and evil out of earth. So you want to pigeonhole me into talking about Israel like Israel does now? All Israel wants to focus on when they read the scriptures is about Israel. But we got to talk about the Most High's entire creation. Listen. Matter of fact, I think it's Romans 8 and 19. I haven't pulled this one in a long time. Romans 8 and 19. Read on.
Romans chapter 8 and verse 19. For the earnest expectation of the creature waiteth for the manifestation of the sons of the Most High.
Listen, all of nature is waiting on the sons of the Most High to return. All of nature is waiting for that wicked root to run its course. So everything back in earth can be put back in order. Israel focuses on what? Us getting the kingdom and the power, and we can shoot laser beams, all this stuff out that we've been told. We can do all this powerful stuff like with Superman. We're waiting to be Superman. The rest of creation, like, can we have a godly leadership that can put the entire earth in order so that the water is clean and the animals can eat and operate in their natural ecosystem?
Children can grow naturally.
And children can grow naturally. And people can eat proper food and not GMO food and all this craziness. Can the earth just get put back in a proper order? That's what creation is waiting for. The creature. But the creature, it's crazy. The creature is, we know what a creature is. It's not just animals. It's the whole world. Because if the whole world had godly leadership, if the whole world, it was in a situation where all mankind considered all people, then everything will be put in order properly. This is what we're waiting on. So as much as Ezra is like, listen, when's Israel going to get the kingdom? It's more about when is that righteous spirit going to dominate the earth? To where the problem is this: whether it's our people running it, whether it's Esau running it, what's the same cycle? It's the leverage of the people in power taking advantage of the people who don't have the power. Am I right or wrong?
No.
In every form of society, it's the same thing. It's the exploitation of people, taking advantage of brothers, women, children, the whole nine. It's injustice in general. So the angels are, listen, man, this wicked seed has to get turned over and run its course. Then Israel, who was created to be righteous, the ones who end up being the sons of God, then they can sit back here and put things properly in order. Because when you hear about the 144,000 is the leadership that's going to sit back here and help reorder everything properly. So yes, all of creation, all the creatures are waiting for the sons of the Most High to get their act together so that we can eventually get to the point where the whole world gets put back in order. Okay? But, read on.
Come. It says, for the creature was made subject to vanity, not willingly, but by reason of him who have subjected the same in hope, because the creature itself also shall be delivered from the bondage of corruption.
We just said that. The creature is going to be delivered from the bondage of corruption. Read on.
Into the glorious liberty of the children of the Most High.
Con. Read on.
For we know that the whole creation groaneth and travaileth in pain together until now.
All of creation is travailing. Ezra is focusing on the travailing of Israel. The angel was like, listen, man, the whole world's travailing.
Yep.
And the whole world's going to continue to travail until that wicked root is eliminated. We can say it's Esau, but who started it? When you read in 2nd Ezra chapter 7, Ezra said, Adam, what hast thou done? You brought sin in. You brought that wicked element, and now all the nations have just followed suit and fed that wickedness. And the whole world is just this cesspool of filth in which all of creation is waiting for that righteous seed to get back where it's supposed to be. Okay. Let that go and go back. Go back to 2nd Esdras, chapter 4 and 30 now.
Yeah, kind. 2nd Esdras chapter 4 and verse 30. For the grain of evil seed had been sown in the heart of Adam from the beginning.
And we explained it. We just talked about that. That evil seed started with Adam from the beginning. And the nations just fed it and fed it and fed it. When we read about Solomon years ago, or not years ago, but months and months ago, when he had that speech to Israel, he said, listen, man, we're supposed to be a city on the hill for the entire world to follow. He didn't live by his words, but that was the intention of us being in power. But let's continue.
Kind. It says, and how much ungodliness have it brought up unto this time?
How much ungodliness did Adam's wickedness and sin bring up even to the time of Ezra with the Persians and Medes in power? Then we sit back and push it to the Roman time in Romans. To America right now. It's just the spirit of wickedness and sin that has to be eradicated. That the rest of the world is waiting on for us to sit back here and get out of. What's that?
Especially on a social injustice level.
But the whole world is catching hell.
Yeah.
You sit back here and go to East Africa, you're the Sudan. You think everything's in peace over there? It's bad.
Let's say that, but it's all going to be Africa. Listen, bro, there's problems no matter what landmass you go to.
No matter, listen, there's colonialism everywhere you go.
Yeah.
And they're talking about another genocide may happen in Burkina Faso.
Yeah.
They're on the verge of another civil war.
Come on.
Almost like what Uganda went through.
Yeah,
bro, listen,
years ago.
Listen, I think it's is the country Chad? It was a country that's it's so big and the military is so far. They have to travel from the western part of the country to the eastern part of the country. By the time they get there, the rebel soldiers have already wiped out the little support they have on the east side. They can't control these rebel groups
Because they're in rural areas.
Exactly, rural areas,
and
just the military is so weak. When you see it on the television or on YouTube, the soldiers are on like Toyota's side. And they're on Toyota S10s out. It's not even like they're the S10 not S10s are Chevy S10s out. They don't get no whacker than that out. Or old Datsun trucks out where you can put like 2 people in there and that's it. And that's the Army Act. It's like 2 guys in the front and 2 guys in the back, and they gotta drive 4 hours to sit back and help out their guys.
Suburban crew.
This is horrible.
That's how you know it's bad, because Datsun became Nissan. They ain't even a Nissan.
It's Datsun. That's what it's Datsun's.
Yeah, that's true.
All those third world countries, they have those old cars. Renaults. I only remember Renaults.
Yeah.
Renaults, Datsuns. Just those kind of cars. They're rolling those kind of whips to war. Like, what the hell's going on here, Rock? The people have no chance. And then these rebel groups are financed by your different CIA groups, and they're sitting back here taking advantage of the people. There's just hell everywhere. You go to Thailand, there's hell. You go to Philippines, there's hell. Everywhere is messed up. Either Esau's in charge of it, or people are taking that motto and doing it themselves. It's the spirit of corruption everywhere you go.
Extracting off the people.
And that's the point. And this is what the angels like. This whole wicked root has got to get turned over. And that's when the Most High Christ comes down, he's going to turn it over. Okay? That's what we're waiting for. Because all of creation is waiting and groaning and travailing until now. Okay? Let's go back to 2nd Esdras 4. I think, are we 30 still?
Yeah, we're still on 30.
Okay, continue.
2nd Esdras chapter 4 and verse 30. For the grain of evil seed had been sown in the heart of Adam from the beginning. And how much ungodliness have it brought up unto this time? And how much shall it yet bring forth unto the time of threshing come?
And that's the question. Little did they know that it was at the very least 2,400 more years of pain and suffering. Think about this. Even when Israel got back in power, there might have been the movement to sit back here and be honorable, and the movement was to push the Most High and the Bible and godly principles. But there was a lot of corruption in that time also. prophetically, it says that time of the Dark Ages was a more honorable, noble time. I'm not here to knock that, but there was a lot of corruption at that time, because during that same period of the Dark Ages or medieval times, there was that hustle where if your son or daughter died, the priest would say, "Listen, your child is in purgatory. You have to pay X amount of pence of silver for your child to go to heaven." So there was corruption on all levels there. So what am I saying? Doesn't matter where you go, corruption is there. And we have to work and operate as fast as we can to change what's inside of us, so that those chosen can be chosen and the winds can continue to sit back here and operate till we get to the end of this thing.
Go by separating those roots and setting those seeds. Separation of mankind.
Mm-hmm. So let's continue.
Time. It says, "Ponder now by thyself how great fruit of wickedness the grain of evil seed have brought forth."
He's just saying, think about the magnitude of Adam's decision and how much negative is in this world based on that negative that's allowed to enter into the world. Read on.
Verse 32. "And when the ears shall be cut down, which are without number, how great a floor shall they fill?"
Exactly. When the chosen are pulled up, how great a number are the ones or the remnant that's left. The remnant of the corn that's left, how great of a number it is for those who don't make it. Read on.
"Then I answered and said, How and when shall these things come to pass? Wherefore are our years few and evil?"
So once again, Ezra, we don't have much time on earth. So when is this great threshing going to happen? When is this great ending going to happen? Read on.
Verse 34. "And he answered me, saying, Do not thou hasten above the Most Highest, for thy haste is in vain to be above him, for thou hast much exceeded."
He said, listen, you're wasting your time trying to figure out these questions. Mm-hmm. When? How long? How long must we as a nation suffer? You're like, listen, man, you're asking some stuff over your pay grade. Stop asking it. You're not going to get the answer you're looking for. And then, if the angel would have said, listen, there's at least 2,500 more years before Israel's out of this, how would he have handled that information?
Israel gave up.
It would have broke Ezra. 2,500 years of suffering? You're like, what the hell are we doing all this for?
He's going to a shell, man.
He's like, forget it. This is a waste of time. So the angel, I'm not going to do this. It's above your pay grade. You don't need to hear this. Just lock in and teach your people and give this generation a chance. That's all it is.
Yep.
Read on.
Hey,
oh, sorry, you got scripture?
Yeah, Ecclesiastes 3 and 22. Okay. 21.
21.
Yep.
Ecclesiastes chapter 3 and verse 21. "Seek not out the things that are too hard for thee.
Yep.
Neither search the things that are above thy strength."
There's certain things that the Most High doesn't allow us to understand because, for one, we can't comprehend half of what He's trying to show us.
God.
We don't live long enough to get the Most High's wisdom in the flesh. It would take an eternity to be with the Most High to even start to understand Him. Yep. Because our time is so short on earth. You know, we're so distracted by everything that's going on in regular life. The cares of this life keeps us behind. The cares of this life we could barely maintain. God. Let alone what the Most High has to show us. Read on.
Oh, can I say something real quick?
God.
Read verse 21 again.
Verse 21. "Seek not out the things that are too hard for thee, neither search the things that are above thy strength."
When it says, neither search out the things that are above thy strength, what does that mean? Yes.
Not to search for things, like how you said earlier, that's above your pay grade, something that you won't even be able to handle, to even comprehend and understand.
It's that. But what are symptoms of you not comprehending and understanding? Stress, depression, over concern,
worry.
That was the next word I was going to get. Over worrying. operating in the spirit of hopelessness,
Yeah,
despair. Man, you know what? Forget it, man. I can't do it. This isn't going to work. I don't understand. This is too hard for me. People sometimes, a lot of times, get so overwhelmed with the information that they don't do what we're about to show in verse 22 and just keep it spiritually simple.
People have trouble reading Old English Bibles.
God, they have trouble reading.
That
let alone Old English.
That's what I'm saying.
They don't even read
That's what I'm saying.
Cat, C-A-T.
Yeah.
They don't even read that. I'm not trying to clown, but Jake don't read. Am I right or wrong?
We'll watch a movie, watch a video.
You what?
Let me get it. No, we can't even watch 30. We can't even watch an hour show now. It's got to be shorts.
Yeah.
Israel is addicted to like 2-minute things.
Yep.
It made me laugh. Let me keep scrolling. What else is funny?
Let me hit the like button.
Like, go next. Like and share. That's what people do. 30 seconds. They can't even sit back and lock in and study for 30 minutes. Am I lying? And then once you listen, and you're dozing off half of the 30 minutes. Listen, listen. For every Israelite that has insomnia, just read a book, and you're out. You're out of there, bro. Whatever anxiety you had, or I'm up all night. Listen, just read.
Get that encyclopedia.
You don't need no pill. You don't need no pills.
Yeah.
You don't need nothing.
Yeah.
You don't need no teas.
Melatonin.
You don't need none of that, G.
Yeah.
Just read books, G. Listen, just put your night clothes on and your slippers and read books out. You were like this. Bing, bing, bing. Bing, bing, bing. You're out of there, right? That's our people, right? Anyway, I don't even know why I got so far to that. But he's sitting back here saying, not going above your strength. And sometimes stressing out on concepts that are above where you're at, it weakens you.
Yeah.
It weakens you, weakens your conscience. It brings despair to your spirit. And the funny thing is, until the Most High opens your eyes and understanding to a greater wisdom, just keep working on perfecting what you're responsible for now. And that's what verse 22 says.
Yep.
Read verse 22.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 3 and verse 22. But what is commanded thee, think thereupon with reverence.
Listen, think upon reverence with what you've been shown and your responsibility. If I want to know how the end's going to happen, listen, there's so many verses on the end. There's a lot of verses on the end. You know, a couple months ago, I was like, man, let me sit back and see if I can tackle putting a class together about step by step how it's going to end. You know how hard that is, It's exhausting. And then it's so much death, murder, the death and the bombing and the fire. Like, bro, this is tough. This is a tough read, and it's alarming, and the sequencing of it is very challenging. When you got to tie in Isaiah, Jeremiah, Ezekiel, Zechariah, Esdras, Revelations, all these chapters that deal with the end. Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. All these concepts and putting it together is tough, and then it's discouraging at times. When you sit back and listen to the verse about how the ones who don't make it is like a wave versus a drop, that's very challenging, man, and it could break people because they'll sit back and say, man, maybe I'm part of the wave. Why am I doing this at all? Why I study? I keep failing. I keep missing the mark. Am I part of the ones who ain't gonna make it? Listen, we're gonna go into a verse tomorrow or Monday in Hebrews 4. That's scary. As you read Hebrews 4, Most High was like, listen, and I don't want to give the answer, but I don't care. When you sit back and read in Genesis, where it said that after the 6th day, all was done, Paul said all was done on the 6th day. Who's going to make it? Who ain't going to make it? Who falls short? He said when all things were done in the 6th day, That means who's gonna get to the kingdom was done on the 6th day. Everything was written, everything was done in the first chapter of the Bible. Isn't that that's that crazy act? Y'all understand what I just said?
Yeah, the story was written.
Everything was written. Everything was done after Genesis 1. He said on the 7th day he rested. Because everything was done. That means everything was done. At the end, who's going to make it? Who ain't going to make it? Who falls short? And that's what's messing with you. Like, damn. So he knew who's going to be chosen anyway. So then the question is there such thing as free will? If he already knows who's going to make it by Genesis 1, boom.
But he knows what's in the heart, though. But I'm saying that.
Why you saying that, man?
Well, I'm telling you why. He knows. It's like Esau and Jacob. He chose Jacob, but he said, "I'm not dealing with Esau."
Yeah.
Because he knew what was. The breakdown we give is that the Most High knew what was it was in Esau's heart, like Cain and Abel.
Yeah.
Most High knew what was in Cain's heart. If he knew what was in Cain's heart, he knew what was Esau's heart. He knew what was in his servant's heart.
Good. Why am I even saying this?
Yeah.
You're right. But people can get caught up in these kind of verses, and they can get tripped up, and they can start condemning themselves.
But the purpose of us getting the message, the Most High, if you're getting the message because you're elected to make it.
And he loves you enough to give you a shot.
I'm giving you the opportunity because you're hearing the message.
Yep.
But it's a two-part message. The receiver has to do his job.
Yep.
The sender already did his job. Christ is the sender.
David still had to do the job. David still had to sit back and endure the challenges and do the job.
Yeah.
Just like us. Have to endure the challenge and do the job.
Yeah.
Okay? Are we clear on this? I know that topic was kind of shaky, but what am I trying to explain off of Sham Shawan's point is we have to do what we can control and think on that with reverence. Yes, you want to study. Yes, you want to push the envelope. But when studying and doing all this learning and it gets challenging and it starts shaking you off of your balance and your base, fade back and stick to where the Most High got you focused on. What are the basics? What's the basic concepts to meditate on? Follow the law, keep His commandments, work on your outlook, work on your faith.
Serve your people.
Serve your people, and in serving your people is how your faith is exercised.
Mm-hmm.
Your outlook is exercised. Keep it simple, man. Everything else is going to pull you in spots that is going to weaken your consciousness towards the Most High and what you do every day for the Lord.
That wise spirit, the more thou marvel, the more thou shalt marvel.
Yes.
The more you start going into the spirit of why, it's just a demotivating factor.
And this is what Esdras was going into.
Yeah.
You keep digging, but you're not getting this answer. I'll give you little snippets. You're not getting the whole thing. You can't handle the whole thing. Yes, sir. Somebody had a hand up?
Oh, no. So I did have a thought. It's like you start to think, damned if you do, damned if you don't.
I'm not, you know what the end goal of the thought is? I ain't going to make it. So why am I working so hard? Why am I sitting back here and making all these changes? Or trying to make all these changes? What I'm trying to say is stay into what you know and use all the lessons you're getting to augment your focus and your drive on what it takes to get to the kingdom.
Because the goal is
to get to the kingdom.
That spiritual fear, that fear of the Lord, that should be enough to motivate me not to be, like Sean was talking about, those tares in the spirit. Listen, bro, we don't want to be tares in the spirit, bro. Or the wheat and the chaff. The problem with wheat and chaff is they look the same. They look similar. Chaff has the same visual image as wheat, but wheat is a nutritious form and chaff is just an imitation of that nutritious form. So we got to be the real Israelites, the real changers, the real servants of the Most High, and not be pretentious. And the ups and downs we go through just kill the pretense. What's the pretense? The false nature, the pretending nature, the half-hearted efforts that we put in.
And that's what the class and the message is supposed to do. It's to get us to work harder and focus more. Not to get off-centered and off-balance in our course. Okay? So, let's continue. I don't want to take it too much on that point. I just want to kind of get us to understand how reading and learning and knowledge can shake you off and get you off balance.
That's why it's about the service. Just focus. Like, listen, you like asking your parents. I used to ask parents crazy questions. That's my dad. Why is the sky blue? Why is water wet?
I think another guy said that question.
I want to know.
What's that?
Keep going.
Go ahead. I'm just saying, I asked a lot of questions. I should just got my crayon and drew the lines out.
Yeah.
Can you just draw the lines right now?
Yeah.
For where you're at, just focus on where you're at.
Yeah.
That's it, bro.
So where you got Shams from? You said once you finished verse 22?
Yeah, 22, and we're gonna go down to 23.
Okay.
Con. It says, but what is commanded thee? Think thereupon with reverence.
He said, but what the Most High does show you, just keep it simple, because there's enough that the Most High has shown us for us to focus on. But a lot of times, what we like to do is get deep, and we like to explore the unknown. And when you try to explore the unknown and go past and try to read all these fancy books to stroke your ego, like you're smart guy, you get lost in all these different knowledges and different books.
Come.
He said, just think on, can you master what the Most High has shown you thus far?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Because there's an innumerable amount of books that could be read, that has been written. But all knowledge ain't wisdom. Some knowledge is information. It's not wisdom. It's just information. So just think about what the Most High gave you instead of trying to go above your own strength. Read on.
Con. It says, for it is not needful.
He said, it's not what?
Needful.
It's not necessary. For what?
For thee to see with thine eyes the things that are in secret.
And this is what Ezra is doing. Ezra is probing the angel, trying to get a glimpse and a foresight on the future based on the condition of Israel. He's trying to probe. He's constantly probing the angel for what's to come. He's probing the angel for what's about to happen. He wants to know things that hasn't been shown to him yet. So the angel is just giving him little crumbs of future prophecy. He's giving him crumbs of information. He's giving him parables. He's not even telling them exactly. He's giving them parables of what the answer to his question is. But he still doesn't give them the full, complete answer. A lot of times, when we want to know something so bad, that means either we don't want to have the faith or the patience necessary to get there. And that a lot of times is the reason why we want to know something so bad. You know why we do that to each other? When a man meet a woman or a woman meet a man, do you like me or not? Why you keep asking me, do I like you? Because what you're saying is, if you don't like me, I'm not about to waste my time. I want to know for sure. He loves me, he loves me not. He loves me, you picking rose petals. He loves me not. Why are you asking that question? Because you don't want to invest. A lot of times we want to skip the investment and skip patience and go straight to the answer. Is this going to be worth my time? Because that's what all of us want to know. Because we don't got a lot of time to waste. We do that in relationships. I don't got a lot of time to waste. Either you're down with me or you're not. Either you're a rider or you're a ride or die. You this kind of individual, or I'm gonna just dismiss you and find me. I gotta find me a day one. Somebody's that's gonna rock with me. I need somebody that's gonna rock with me. We say all this crap, but you know why? Because we don't want to invest and because we're afraid to lose. We're afraid to do the investment and then come up short at the end, and then we'd be more mad. Why did I even waste my time with you? I knew I should have let you go when I met you. Yeah, I wasted all this time and energy and effort.
My cousin told me I should have just been gone.
Say it again?
My cousin told me I should have been done.
I should have been done. Yeah. I knew my mama was right. My dad was right. They told me that, don't trust you. But you know why we're afraid of? We're afraid of wasting time and energy and investment. And that's why sometimes we want to rush the process. We want to rush to the answer. Is it going to be worth all the pain and suffering? Read on.
It says, be not curious in unnecessary matters.
And that's why the scriptures say what?
Be not curious in unnecessary matters.
So can you focus on what the Most High shows you? Can you focus on what the Most High gives you on a daily basis? Christ said, sufficient of the day is what?
The evil thereof.
The evil thereof. What does that mean? There's enough to go around just in a day. Making it through a day is hard enough as it is. Versus trying to think about next week, next month, next year, 2 years from now, 10 years from now, 100 years from now. Can you even just focus on the day? Can you battle the day and make the best of the day?
That's facts.
Read on.
Right. It says, "For more things I showed unto thee than men understand."
So then he's telling you that everything isn't given to us to understand, for us to understand.
Yep. And the funny thing is, if you want to get more understanding, gain more discipline.
Yep.
The better you are at what you do, the more I open your door for more.
Yep. Now we can keep going on this point. Matter of fact, go to Ecclesiastes. I'm sorry. Go to Psalm chapter 96. Read 2nd Esdras real quick, chapter 4, and get where we left off at in 2nd Ezra chapter 4.
And why are you going this direction?
Where are we at, 34? Yeah. Yes, 34. Say it again.
Saying why are we going this direction right here?
Just answering this question right here that Ezra's asked. Read that right there.
2nd Ezra?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. 2nd Ezra chapter 4 and verse 34. "And he answered me, saying, Do not thou hasten above the most highest."
He says, do not do what?
Do not haste. It says, "Do not thou hasten above the most highest."
So what Ezra is doing by constantly probing with those questions of what's going to happen, how long shall we suffer, how long are we going to be in this condition? He's doing what?
It says, "Do not thou hasten above the most highest."
What does the word hasten mean?
Quick.
Get the definition. Because the angel Uriel is telling Ezra, don't hasten the Most High. That's what he's saying. So this, when we want to know something so bad, I want to know right now. You got to tell me right now. If you want me to commit, then tell me right now. He said, don't hasten. That definition of hasten.
I got hasten.
Same thing.
Okay. Hasten. 1828. Moved rapidly.
He said, move rapidly. What else?
Accelerated.
So he's trying to accelerate the prophecies. He want to accelerate time to get to the answer.
No, he can't rush through.
He's rushing the Most High. Yes, sir. I thought you had your hand up. What else you got?
Urged with speed.
Urged with speed. So he's trying to speed up the process, and that's why we could be asking questions that we don't even have no business asking. Yes.
I got another one right here. It says, the state of being urged or pressed.
So he's pressing the Most High. So read that again.
2nd Ezra chapter 4 and verse 34. "And he answered me, saying, Do not thou hasten above the most highest."
And so he's pressing, or he's urging, or he's rushing to get to an answer.
Mm-hmm.
Read on.
"For thy haste is in vain."
He said, because you hasten in what?
Vain.
Yep.
So a lot of times we asking questions that's irrelevant. We're wasting time trying to ask what's going to happen in 100 years.
You getting older, man. You
Yeah.
might as well sit back here and enjoy us in front of you and focus on staying strong here.
Like Solomon said, eat thy bread with joy.
God.
What?
Just eat your bread with a smile on your face.
God.
And be happy the fact that you got some bread in front of you.
God. Yep. Listen, what good was knowing all this information that Solomon knew? What was the mindset he was into? He like all his vain out.
Yeah.
He had such a depressed vibe. By the time he got to Ecclesiastes in the Bible, like everything was like all. Well, why get up in the morning? Why drink orange juice? We all gonna sit back here and die anyway. That was the whole vibe he was saying, right? Everything was doom and gloom. He said the only thing that mattered was following the Lord. After all this other stuff I did and accomplished meant nothing. All his vanity.
Listen, he did projects to make himself feel like we do. We do projects. We build things to feel good about who we are.
But you know, what killed Solomon was the desire for more, and what he had wasn't enough. You gonna sit back and look at Solomon. The desire for more broke him. He reached the pinnacle, but that wasn't enough for him. And that desire for more is what broke him. Is what broke his spirit. Anyway, You got more? Or you want to keep going?
No, that's it.
Let's jump now. 2 Esdras 4 and I think it's 36, right? No, 30.
No, we just finished.
34, right?
Yeah.
Let's go 35. Yes.
2 Esdras chapter 4 and verse 35. Did not the souls also of the righteous ask questions of these things in their chambers?
Yeah.
Saying, how long shall I hope on this fashion? When cometh the fruit of the floor of our reward?
Listen, David, all the great men were trying to figure out the answer to the end. You sat back here reading about Paul, John the Revelator. That's still another 2,000 years in a line. All these answers weren't going to happen on our timetable. What was your question, Karai?
Didn't one of Yahweh's disciples, he asked the same thing about what was his reward for doing all this, like teaching?
Yeah. Everybody wants to know what we're going to get at the end. How it's going to happen. Versus learning to appreciate the lessons that you got now and the experience you're getting in your present time. But keep going. So a lot of righteous people, a lot of righteous souls were asking this. And I pulled a chapter in Revelations where the martyrs were sitting back here and praying when their righteous blood was going to get avenged. Even in the next dimension, the fourth dimension, the spirits were trying to find out when they were going to get avenged for the martyrdom that they experienced. Read on.
Verse 36. And unto these things, Uriel, the archangel,
Uriel is the archangel of understanding. Read on.
Gave them answer and said, even when the number of seeds is filled in you, for he have weighed the world in the balance.
Listen, he's like, listen, when the number of righteous seeds are called and chosen, then we'll sit back here and we'll have the answers to these questions. We went into Revelation 7. The only reason I'm not going over the verse again because we went over last week. But I want to kind of get a feel of how the dialogue is going back and forth. When we get to this next part, it's not like a confusing thing. He's like, listen, the first part of what we read, the wicked had to run their course. The second one, what we read now, is the righteous had to be chosen and spoken for. Then you get the answer to the question. So it goes both ways. Wickedness has to run to its all-time height. You can see legislations and months that are pushing everything going against the Bible possible. Everything on media shows and tries to promote and tries to normalize ways of living that you're not supposed, that goes against the commandments of the Most High. I am being more cryptic with it because we're getting classes pulled off consistently. So we have to be smarter about this. But a lot of what you see on television that's being pushed like everything's cool and it's the new thing is literally we're getting closer to a more wickeder, anti-Christ, anti-the Lord type of sentiment on the earth. A godless society. So he's saying, listen, this godless society has to get to its highest peak, along with the fact that my chosen have to be spoken for. Then you know you'll get the answer you're looking for. Then we'll know the end's coming. Okay? Well, let's continue.
Verse 37. By measure have he measured the times, and by number have he numbered the times. And he doth not move nor stir them until the said measure be fulfilled.
And that's the point. It's the measure of wickedness and the measure of the handful of righteous that have drew the line, so to speak, and made that determination that regardless of what they see and what's around them, they're going to fight to live that life of righteousness. Once those numbers are all accounted for and measured, then the end can come. Then Israel will get their reign back. The suffering will end. The whole world will be at peace.
Once the numbers fulfilled.
Once both of those numbers are fulfilled. Okay? Read on.
Time.
Now we're on the topic now. Read on.
Verse 38. Then answered I and said, O Lord, that bearest rule, even we all are full of impiety.
So now Ezra's like, man, we're all wicked. Like Sam Shawan said, that wicked seed is in all of us. Okay?
And which one you feed, like you said.
It's which one you feed. Read on. Or which one you starve.
Yeah.
Read on.
Verse 39. And for our sakes, peradventure, it is that the floors of the righteous are not filled because of the sins of them that dwell upon the earth.
So now that you know that the angel said both numbers have to be measured. The first measure is the wickedness has to rise to a certain level where it has to be turned over. Then he said, on the other side, there has to be a measure of righteousness that is accomplished for this end to happen. Now, Ezra's response is like, damn, we can speak for all the wickedness around us, but man, there's not a lot of righteous people that are fighting to be on point. You're like, those floors are really low. Once again, this conversation is about what? How long is it going to take for us to get out of this suffering condition? And he's like, okay, if the angel is telling me this much wickedness has to happen before it gets turned over, it has to run its course, I get that. Then he's saying there's so much righteousness, righteous men and people that have to be on this earth before it's measured and turned over too. He's like, man, there's wickedness in all of us. And so how are we going to get this quota of righteous men to get us out of here? And you think about this. There's a lot of negative people. Mm-hmm. It's hard to find committed Israelites that are committed to fighting what's inside of them. Yeah. There's Israelites that come to class, but it's hard to find Israelites who are committed to change. That's not easy. Committed to being humble, changing, and the pure service of the Heavenly Father. So he's like, man, it's hard to find righteous guys. But he's saying it why? Why is he making a response about how hard it is to get righteous people? Mm-hmm. Because it's going to take that much longer for us to get to the end game.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's still about the end. How long is it going to take? For how long are we going to suffer on earth? So damn, there's not enough righteous guys here in Babylon. How in the hell are we going to get out of here? There ain't righteous people in Israel. They're wicked. I'm getting reports they're wicked out there. They're wicked in Babylon. They're wicked in Persia. There's not enough righteous people for the Most High to say the measure of righteous men is filled. And we read in Revelation 7, don't touch the wind. On the four corners of the earth, the angels don't let the wind in. Yeah. Until the 144 or that are sealed are chosen. Mm-hmm. Ezra's like, man, there's not enough of them. There's not enough righteous people to quantify and to justify the winds to be opened for this force to get out of hell. So pretty much the winds of destruction of this world keep being held off because we don't what?
Change.
We don't change. We complain about the slavery, the Edomite nation. But the key to us getting out of it is us changing.
Listen, that bothered me, bro. When I found out through class and I was learning, bro, that we're in hell / slavery until we get enough righteous people. Like, oh my God, how long do I gotta strive and fight until when are we gonna get out of here? But you gotta realize you got to adapt.
Think about this. Everybody's asking that question.
Yeah, that's a real question.
Because you know the funny thing is, everybody wants to tell themselves,
yeah,
this is the generation of the end.
Yeah.
Only thing that broke me out of that was the year 2000 demon out. Yeah. When I realized, hey man, 2000 ain't the time. And there's other verses and conversations, party awards. Oop, out of time.
Prince got the prophecy on his back. That's a good song.
Did not.
This is 2000. This is right.
No, they use a different reason. Brothers use 2000 for different reasons. Yeah. But what am I trying to say? Yeah. That scenario reminded me, hey, this might not come in your generation. We can say whatever. But this is what Ezra's thinking. Ezra's like, the end's going to come in his generation. Because you're not there, you don't see it that way. And we have all these hundreds of years to live, but Ezra's like, man, is it going to happen in my time? Or maybe the next generation? It's going to be the next one. And he's like, nah, G. He's like, no, you ain't even close, bruh. We have a long way. Listen, I think we're a lot closer to the end now, but it might be my grandson's time. That would suck, man. Like, damn,
I don't know about
over.
that, bro. I don't know about that.
No, listen, I'm not saying that.
I'm not saying that one.
Because that man is 1.5 years old. He's 1.5.
North Korea trying to push the button.
North Korea can't do no. Listen, North Korea is the least of the problems. They're the least of the problems. They're the guy they're the guy that like got to prove that he's tough. But he ain't doing that. They're not gonna be the ones. Scripture doesn't say the North Korea will sit back here
King
and start.
Jong-un was the one.
He would not say that. He is. They're lightweight. They can't even feed their country. Point is, what are we trying to explain? Every generation thinks that's their generation is the time of the end. We can see a lot of signs that points in that direction, but it still is about us changing and working on ourselves and working to teach our people. Because the angel is saying the same thing. The wickedness is reached high, but until we get enough righteous men for them to be sealed, everybody got to suffer. And now Ezra's answer is like, damn, man. It's like that. He's like, everybody I see around me is negative. There's iniquity in all of us. So how the hell are we going to sit back here and get out of here?
Yeah.
This is what Ezra's asking. Okay, so what verse are we at?
40.
Okay.
2 Esdras chapter 4 and verse 40. So he answered me and said, Go thy way to a woman with child.
He says, look at a pregnant woman. Read on.
And ask of her, when she hath fulfilled her 9 months, if her womb may keep the birth any longer within her.
Answer is no. When it's her time, it's her time. When it's her time, it's going to be her time. Read on.
Then said I, No, Lord, that can she not. And he said unto me, In the grave, the chambers of souls are like the womb of a woman.
Everything's been similitudes and examples that the angel Uriel has been trying to explain to Ezra. He said, read that verse again.
Second Esdras chapter 4 verse 41. Then said I, No, Lord, that can she not. And he said unto me, In the grave, the chambers of souls are like the womb of a woman.
He's saying the graves of the souls that lived what? Righteously. That are waiting for the retribution. Let's go there real quick. Revelation 6, if I'm not mistaken. I think we pulled this verse last week. Mm-hmm. But let's go to Revelation 6, verse 9 through 10.
2 Esdras chapter 6 and verse 9.
Revelation 6, verse 9 through 10.
And when he had opened the fifth seal,
the seal is a prophecy or period of time. Read on.
I saw under the altar the souls of them that were slain for the word of the Most High, and for the testimony which they held. Mm-hmm. And they cried with a loud voice, saying, How long, O Lord, holy and true?
So once again, he says these souls were slain for the word of the Most High and for the testimony which they held. These are the martyrs all throughout time that stood up for what was right, and they died and paid the ultimate price for it. Read verse 10.
Verse 10. And they cried with a loud voice, saying, How long, O Lord, holy and true, dost thou not judge and avenge our blood on them that dwell on the earth?
And he says, just like that woman has a child, and she's waiting for that child to come out, these righteous souls are waiting to get vindicated for their righteous deeds. Read on.
So he's showing that on both sides they're waiting.
Everybody, listen, the angels are waiting, the slain spirits are waiting. You're waiting. Creation is waiting. The whole world's waiting. So why are you stressing out on it? You just got to do your job. Focus on what you got to do. Everybody's waiting. But you know the one thing about a woman that's pregnant and she's past that 9 months? When it's time, it's time. You can sit back here and walk around and do exercises and things to try to speed it up. When that baby wants to come out, the baby's going to come out. And there's nothing you can really do about that. When it's time for us to come back on earth, because listen, we're about to read it in a second. how there's a lot of verses in the Bible that explain us reemerging on the scene and being put back into our power position is like a woman in travail. And we're going to sit back and show that connection too. But when that time is, the funny thing is, everything you're reading in Ezra is talked about in the Old and the New. About that woman in travail that's in pain, that's taking pains to birthing this child. You can see, and a lot of times it's paralleled between Mary and Christ and Israel being reborn as a nation. Israel being reborn and being injected back into that power seat to where we'll have that second chance of governing the earth, this time righteously. Okay? So he's like, listen, just like a woman in travail, you just got to wait until this baby comes out. It's the same concept about Israel coming back. It's not.
St. John chapter 16, verse 20.
Perfect, because I got a couple on, I had a bunch on that one. We're going back to Revelations 2. You said St. John what?
Chapter 16, verse 20.
Cool.
St. John chapter 16 and verse 20. Verily, verily, I say unto you, that ye shall weep and lament.
So, in the meantime, before all these things happen, what condition are we going to be in?
Weeping and lamenting.
We're going to be lamenting, weeping and lamenting. That means that the state that we're in currently is going to be a state of suffering as a people. Read on.
But the world shall rejoice.
And right now, who's at ease?
The world.
The world's at ease. They got their power. They have their economy. They have their military. They have their government. They have their laws. They have their land. They grow their own fruit. They control their own foods. We're the ones that live on a handout. Read on.
And ye shall be sorrowful.
He said, in the world, while the world is enjoying the fruit of their power, he says, our condition is going to be a condition of sorrow. Read on.
But your sorrow shall be turned.
But in due time, everything's going to flip. The roles will reverse.
Yeah.
He said, read on.
It says, but your sorrow shall be turned into joy.
But just like the world is at peace now, and they think that their nation shall endure forever, he said things are going to flip over. Like that soil that's going to be flipped over. You know, he said that our sorrow shall be turned to what?
Joy.
Into joy. Read on.
Verse 21. A woman, when she is in travail.
Now, just like a woman bringing out, a woman that when she's in travail, guess what? A woman that's in travail is a woman that's pregnant. When a woman is pregnant, she goes through different stages of discomfort. She's throwing up. She's eating food and makes her sick. She's vomiting in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
You know, food that she used to love, or she's craving. She's throwing it up. Then she's got intense cravings that don't even make sense, like ice cream and pickles and Cheetos and things that don't make sense. She got cravings. She's emotionally unstable because her hormones are getting ready. Her hormones are getting the body ready to give birth. So there are certain hormones in the body that make the ligaments elastic. So that's what opens up the hips. That's what opens up the hips so that the child can go through the birth canal. So the body is producing hormones to loosen up the ligaments. So guess what? When your ligaments are loose, you're in pain. Your back hurts. Your hip hurts.
There's no comfortable position.
Your knees hurt. Your ankles swell. Your feet swell. You're walking funny. You got to sleep. You got to sleep on one side, on one area. You can't. With a pillow between your legs. You got to have the whole body pillow.
Mm-hmm.
You got to. The whole process is uncomfortable. You know. You laugh. You pee on yourself. You know what I'm saying? You no matter what you do, you're uncomfortable.
All real.
And then all that is a 10-month span of discomfort. That's a 10-month. Some women say after they have the first child, never having no more children. That's it.
Yep.
I'm done with that. That was a bad experience. I'm never having any more kids after that because it was so traumatic. Read on.
A woman, when she is in travail, has sorrow.
It said, but she has sorrow. Read on.
Because her hour is come.
It said, and the closer she get to the baby being born, the more intense the cramps come, the contractions come. They're more intense and they're more frequent, and the pain is coming. So she can't even breathe. A lot of times the baby be sitting on the bladder, or the baby is sticking the foot through the diaphragm.
Ribs.
ribs. She can't breathe. She can't sleep.
Mm-hmm.
The baby's causing all this discomfort. He said, but the closer she gets to delivery, the more intense the pain is.
Yep.
The more frequent the contractions are. Read on.
But as soon as she is delivered of the child, she remembereth no more the anguish.
You know, you watch a woman that just gave birth, they usually pop blood vessels in their eyeballs because they've been pushing so hard. They're pushing so hard, the blood vessels pop in the eyeball. They got black eyes. But even when a woman that's fatigued, been going through birth for 8-hour delivery, 15-hour delivery, 24-hour delivery, they're exhausted. And you know, they got bloodshot eyes, they're exhausted, and they still smiling, watching the baby come out.
Yep.
And they ain't thinking about the vomiting. They ain't thinking about all that. Is the baby okay? Is the only thought. Read on.
It says, for joy that a man is born into the world.
And then after they know the baby's all right, then as soon as that nurse take that baby to go wash them, they go to sleep.
Mm-hmm.
But they're at ease, knowing that I'm not suffering anymore. The Most High is saying that analogy
It's like us.
is like us as a nation. We gotta watch the Mike Browns. We gotta watch the Freddie Grays. We gotta watch the what you call him, that George Floyd. We gotta watch this happen as a nation,
Yep.
right in front of our eyes on television, live on TV.
Yep.
You gotta watch somebody die and get stomped out by police or shot right on camera,
Mm-hmm.
and you ask yourself, when is this? How long is this going to continue?
But the worse it gets, the more you know we're getting close.
We're getting closer.
As society falls apart, and the laws get tighter and tighter across the world, we're obviously affected, and that's how you know we're getting closer to the end. And those are indicators letting us know that. The angel's explaining it. We need to be less focused on what we're going through and more focused on the things that we're going through are indicators to let you know that Christ is coming back soon.
Yep.
And with all that pain, there needs to be a reassurance that with that pain, there is the promise of comfort at the end. And that promise of comfort at the end is us getting that kingdom back. And the Lord taking that stony heart from us. So when we do sit back here and get this kingdom, we will run it properly and honorably and spiritually when we get the opportunity.
And that's why last night's class was about: are you in the present, and are you getting the spiritual victory for the day, and doing what's necessary to fulfill righteousness for just today?
Mm-hmm.
Because we can't really understand on a real level and computate all the prize and the glory. We can't computate that.
Or we can't even compute, and I'm alongside of you. We can't compute the glory, and we also can't compute in these scriptures. Are you going to be a martyr yourself? Are you going to be part of the famine? Are you going to be arrested for what you believe in? How much suffering are you going to go through to get to the kingdom? How much more travail? Listen, the travail is nationalistic now. But very soon the travail is going to be isolated to people who believe in Christ. And when that time comes, none of us know who are going to be the ones who are going to be martyrs. None of us know who are going to have to suffer. Ultimately, and give the greatest gift you can give is your martyrdom. None of us know how when everything collapses and society collapses. We know the scripture gives two accounts. It gives accounts of famines. It also gives accounts of we're going to be taken care of while everybody else suffers.
Maybe hidden.
You get scenarios about how the time it's going to be like Egypt again in 2nd Esdras 15, which means if it's going to be like Egypt, that means we were in Goshen and we were in Goshen taken care of, and everybody in Egypt was collapsing and catching hell. But then the question is, how is that going to happen when we're all mixed together like a what do you call it, a war? In this big melting pot. But then you got to ask yourself, What's the only way we can come together? What's the only way we can be together like it's Goshen? What's the only way we can come together and be together like it's Goshen? Anybody know? We get rounded up. If we're rounded up, then guess what? It's like back in Goshen. Is it going to get to that point? Who knows? All we can focus on is living honorable, serving the Most High, doing that which is right, and just accept that everything we've gone through leading up to this point will prepare us for the travails to come. Take it any further, all it does is bring panic, fear, stress, anxiety, and it puts us in a spot that doesn't allow us to be productive for our own children, our own people, for our Creator. So this goes back to the beginning point about taking things too far, overly stressing, overly analyzing. There has to be an aspect of faith and trust that, hey, whatever the Most High puts me through, I'll be able to handle it. And leave it at that. Going any further solves nothing. No, you're going to be one of those ones that martyr. You're going to be the ones that get thrown in that pot, like in Maccabees, in that oven. Now, thinking about it, how is that going to get your hair right? These are throwing people in pots again. Ovens. You see how you can hear a pin drop now? How the mind starts spinning? It's thoughts you can't control. Because it gives you both scenarios when you read. There's going to be hell, but then you're going to be okay. Some are going to die and get tortured. Some won't. How do you know who's who? And listen, the scripture tells you in Jeremiah, you guys are going to be okay. But they were in slavery for 70 years. So the Most High's okay might not mean you in your own crib smiling, eating chicken. Huh? His okay can mean you're in a bad spot, but he's looking after you. We don't know. But going into this guess scenario, it's a weariness of the flesh. All we can control is our outlook, our works, and allowing and using everything we've experienced in this life to build up our virtues in hopes that it will prepare us for that travail, those travails as they intensify towards the deliverance. Does that make sense? You got more, Matthew?
Verse 22.
John,
I said Matthew. Salakia.
John chapter 16, verse 22. And ye now therefore have sorrow.
He said, yeah, we're gonna suffer now, but it's good to suffer now. That's actually a good thing to suffer now. Read on.
But I will see you again.
But Christ said what?
I will see you again.
So Christ saying that, yeah, your sorrow shall be turned to joy.
Yep.
Meaning you should be able to look at the suffering in a good way because you know it's not going to last forever. And you know it's only temporary. And
also to even know if you do have to suffer for righteousness' sake, that's your ticket in.
Yep.
Not that I'm trying to hype martyrdom up, but if that's how the Most High wants you to go, then there's great honor in that path. If that's the path the Lord takes us, there's a bunch of them about martyrdom. What are we trying to explain though? Giving your mind to how you think it's going to go, there's not enough information one way or the other to do it. You just don't know. You got more there?
Yeah, finish that.
It says, and your heart shall rejoice.
Go ahead.
And your joy, no man take it from you.
And guess what? Your joy, nobody can do what?
Take it from you.
Nobody can take that joy from you. Because at that point, you know you qualified.
Got it.
You know you made it. And you know it's never going to go back to where you have to be oppressed anymore. Or live by somebody else's charity. Or wait for a handout. Or be on the bottom and stay on the bottom. Blacks, Hispanics, Native Americans have always had it the worst in the last 400 years. But that's not going to be that way forever. So you don't have to be sorrowful. You don't have to be depressed You could walk through life knowing that things are going to be okay, or you don't have to be anxious, and you don't have to be desperate in life, because not knowing keeps a man desperate to where he figures he has to take matters in his own hands. Well, I just got to figure it out on my own. That's the wrong thing to do too. He says, think upon what he shows us with reverence. That means don't get desperate. Just think upon what the Most High show you so far. Be patient, because he's using that analogy of that pregnant woman or that woman in travail to let you know that the joy comes later. The pain is now, the joy comes later. We can go back to 2nd Esdras.
Okay, 2nd Esdras. Well, matter of fact, let's go 2nd Esdras. It was 2nd Esdras chapter 4. Where are we at, correct? And you got to leave too. So what was the verse though?
Yeah, we were in verse. We just finished 38.
I think we did 39.
We're right now.
40.
We're in 41.
Are we?
Yeah,
No.
Read verse 40 again.
Time. 2nd Esdras chapter 4 and verse 40. So he answered me and said, "Go thy way to."
No,
a woman.
we read 39 is actually. Read 39 and 40.
Okay, 39. Come. And for our sakes, peradventure, it is that the floors of the righteous are not filled, because of the sins of them that dwell upon the earth.
Mm-hmm.
So he answered me and said, "Go thy way to a woman with child, and ask of her, when she hath fulfilled her 9 months, if her womb may keep the birth any longer within her."
Read on.
Then said I, "No, Lord, that can she not." And he said unto me, "In the grave, the chambers of souls are like the womb of a woman."
Those souls that are waiting to come out and obtain salvation is the same scenario as a woman with child. Read on.
Verse 42. For like as a woman that travaileth maketh haste to escape the necessity of the travail, even so do
You know, she nowadays how women make haste to escape the epidural block. That's she give me the shot.
Yeah.
Give me the epidural. I don't want to go through this. I want to get this over with. Go ahead and put that needle in my back. Shoot that in my back. Numb my lower half, so I don't feel no more pain. I don't want to feel it. They ask you, do you want to feel it? Do you want a natural birth?
Yeah.
It ain't many women that be like, "Con." But some sisters get down with that, and they just say, you know what? The Most High, if that was part of our punishment that Eve brought into the world, that we're supposed to feel pain in child giving, then let me feel it, because that was part of my pain, part of the curse from the beginning. So some women embrace it, and they go through it, they bite down, and they get through it. But some women want to rush it, and they want to get to the end. They were like, "Man, just hit me up." They're not even at 10 centimeters. You're supposed to be dilated to 10 centimeters before they tell you to push. They be at like 5 centimeters.
First contraction.
Yeah, first contraction. Hit me with the epidural block. I don't want to feel
I don't
this.
feel nothing.
You ain't even dilated yet. You ain't even at 10 centimeters. You still got 5 more to go. You might have another day to be in that hospital.
Yeah.
But they want to get rid of the pain. But same way a woman want to get rid of the pain is how men want to know the answer to the end.
Exactly. Because knowing, for most people, gives them comfort.
Yeah, it gives them comfort, peace of mind.
But not knowing how it's going to go down stresses people out. So, you got it?
Yeah, go ahead. You got it, bro.
So, did we finish verse 42?
Wow.
Read verse 42 again.
Come. 2nd Esdras chapter 4 and verse 42. For like as a woman that travaileth maketh haste to escape the necessity of the travail, even so do these places haste to deliver those things that are committed unto them.
Everybody's hastening to get to the end, but everybody got to wait and sit in their places until that time. Even at this time, the martyrs, there was many more martyrs that had to get martyred. Listen, Stephen hadn't been born. Prophets hadn't been born yet. There's a lot more prophets and holy men had to die before the martyrdom ended.
John the Baptist hadn't beheaded yet.
God, hell yeah, there's a whole lot more has to get happen. The martyrdom now, that's coming up soon, hasn't happened. This is the point. Hold this. Go to Micah chapter 4, verse 9. Head on out, Cry. And let's get saluted in.
Shaw Shabbatah, Ban Yahawada, Ban Yasharala.
Adam, Shaw Sabbath, Ban Yahweh, Ban Yahweh. I much. Yahweh Hashem Yahshua.
Yahaba Shem Yashabakadam.
All right. So we're going to go to Micah. Yes, sir?
Can we get a definition for martyrdom for those who don't understand what martyrdom means?
Kriah.
Yeah.
You got martyr?
I got it.
You heard?
You heard? I got you. Martyrdom, right?
This is martyr.
Martyr? God. Oh.
M-A-R-T-Y-R.
M-E-R-T-Y-R. Got you. Martyr, 1828. Webster's Dictionary. Point number 1. One who suffers death in defense of any cause.
To be specific, the cause of Christ or setting up for what's right. For instance, Zechariah sat back. Well, let's go back to Isaiah. Isaiah sat back and was correcting Ahab and wicked King Ahab, and in consequence, they ended up sawing him in half because he stood up for what was right and told Ahab that his living was wicked and Most High was going to punish him for it. And listen, some prophets can sit back here and tell kings that they're off and they can go leave. Some prophets tell kings they're off and they get thrown in jail. Some kings tell people the truth about themselves and get killed. You just don't know. Jeremiah sat up and taught the priests and the princes they were off, and they circled him on many occasions and wanted him killed. Jehoiakim was looking to kill him. King Zedekiah listened to him but didn't kill him. But then under pressure of the princes, threw him in a damn mire, which is a combination of feces and mud and water. He was chained up to the waist, to the chest.
And the majority of the disciples were martyred.
Were crucified.
And he had to wear that yoke on his neck too.
Huh? He had to wear a yoke on his neck. But that was the Most High told him to do that.
Yeah.
What am I trying to say? Different prophets stood up for what was right and taught the word, and they were punished different ways. But martyrdom is the actual death that happens behind standing up for what's right. Some people were stoned to death. Some hanged. Some crucified upside down.
Ezekiel, Most High tell him his wife gonna be took.
Yeah.
And he still got to go teach, and don't cry at all.
It's just different type of suffering that different people had to, that the Most High hand tailored for the individual. Okay, we're good on that.
Elijah was on the run from Jezebel.
Yeah. Everybody had to catch hell in different ways. So where are we at? Well, let's go Micah. Micah 4. Micah 4 and verse 9.
Micah 4 and 9.
Through 10. Read on.
Now, why dost thou cry out aloud? Is there no king in thee? Is thy counselor perished? For pangs have taken thee as a woman in travail.
He says, listen, why are you crying? Don't you have a leader? Isn't there somebody speaking on your behalf? But pangs have taken thee as a woman in travail. Read on.
Be in pain and labor to bring forth, O daughter of Zion, like a woman in travail. For now shalt thou go forth out of the city, and thou shalt dwell in the fields, and thou shalt go even to Babylon. There shalt thou be delivered. There the Most High shall redeem thee from the hand of thine enemies.
So this isn't talking about Babylon Nebuchadnezzar. This is a future prophecy. And he's explaining to us, we don't have any king to speak up for us. We don't have any counselors that advocate for us. Listen, the only black leaders that we got is Al Sharpton. Who else, man? I can't even name it. I can't even call on my hand.
Sean King.
Who the hell's Sean King? Bro, listen, these guys are getting paid and financed by APAC and other groups like that. You guys go check what AIPAC is, and you'll sit back here and know who's financing all these black leaders, all these senators, all these congressmen, these presidents. And it'll be crazy when you start sitting back and doing the research on who is financing all these government-backed individuals. Then you'll know who's really pulling the strings and who's really advocating, if they really are advocating for you. Okay? But we have no really self-elected, self-chosen leader that advocates for our people. Back in the day, it was Jesse Jackson. Come on, man. What did he really do for our people? Nothing.
I mean, the so-called modern leader for our people, to be honest with you, is Don Lemon.
Who is Don Lemon? Who is this guy?
Look, Don Lemon.
Oh, that
guy? He's trash, bro. But he's the new
Rainbow guy.
Okay.
Yeah, he's the new model of the future form of quote unquote.
Everybody on CNN is like that, man.
Well, I'm saying, especially
Anderson, what's that guy? Anderson Cooper. All these guys. Anyway, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm just saying he's for the new
Don
generation.
Lemon, huh?
For the new generation, he's the guy that pushes. You know, I can't say this online. You know, we can't do it anymore.
Yeah.
But he pushes the new culture codes, and he pushes he harps on everything's racist, and he harps on quote unquote social justice. But he's another paid figure like the last generation.
And it's that same BLM movement that's backed by another movement that's right behind it. If you sit back here and look at BLM, like, why do these white folks really care about the Negro man? And then you sit back here and see the movement that's right behind the BLM movement, and then you realize it's the same scenario.
It's a Trojan horse.
It's a Trojan horse. It was the same thing that came with the civil rights movement in the 60s. It was civil rights, and guess what came right behind it? It was running on the coattails of it. Women's lib. It was civil rights, women's lib. That's what it was really pushing. That was the agenda. We'll dangle the black man and black woman's plight. We really want to sit back here and give the women equal power to break this society down.
Break the nuclear family.
And get both of these people out to work. And we're going to go at these kids.
Yep.
That's what it was about. Go with the kids. I got the husband and wife now competing for who makes the most money. Now we can sit back and control these children. That's how you break them. That's how you break the family in general. Then we're sitting back here, we're going to use George Floyd, have some protests, yada, 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 throw a couple cops in jail. Nothing really changes besides that.
Obama did it. Well, that was his whole campaign. It wasn't about no struggles.
Well, it was about bailing out major corporations.
Yeah.
And pushing those letter rights.
Yeah.
They came up with him, behind him. They really did. And after him, you had Crazy Joe, Uncle Joe coming through here, right? Pushing waves. BLM, you had that other movement behind it. That's the angle. It's always sitting back to destroy its nuclear family or the basic Christian household.
And you can't even drink beer.
Judeo-Christian ethics.
You can't even drink a beer without getting that agenda pushed on you.
Yeah.
They got the guy Mulvaney on the beer can.
Yeah, bro. And the funny thing is, what they don't tell you is whether that beer company really wanted it or not. I don't think they did, but they can't get financed to expand their business unless they push those agendas. That's what they don't tell you. This is why when we read in Revelations about the lion was part of the beast, the lion is the banking system that controls and moves and shakes and gets everything operating the way that the lion wants it. Because everything has to adjust to the financing. Is that?
Social credit score by BlackRock.
Yes.
See what Disney.
Yep.
What fans are super pissed about the Star Wars movie.
But it's acolyte.
Yeah.
I watched it for like 30 minutes. I'm like, I'm cutting this crap off.
They have no choice. They know what they're doing, but
it was like the Matrix 2 act. The Acolyte was like the Matrix 2. It was horrible. Listen, Matrix 1 was fire. Part 2, where there was all this cave and there's all these different colors and they're dancing, there's jungle music. What the hell's going on here? That's not real. Anyway, I'm listening to you.
Yeah, no, they just need the funding
I
from
know.
BlackRock.
Yeah.
So, I mean, Disney, they make movies.
Like you said, social credit score
Right.
is so important. Because without the social credit score, you can't go back and get the money
No.
that you need to keep continuing pushing your business.
You can't do banking.
You can't do banking, you can't do business, you can't expand. And that's how they break you. That's how these banks break you. Social credit score. Now everybody is pushing the agenda in some form or fashion. If you don't, you can't get paid to further your business. Think about any business. If you don't keep getting bank loans and infuses of money, you're done. You're done. Everything in this country about spending more, spending more, spending more, spending more, spending more, getting ahead to expand, cover debt, buy you some time. Listen, they lost millions off of that campaign. But in their head, why do they keep doing it? Because the millions I'm losing is less than what I'd lose if we lost the credit score.
Bank connection.
The social credit score from the bank. We'd lose more if we cut these people off. Because they made it known that they took a major dive financially, and they kept doubling down on this. I'm like, why would they double down? Because if they don't, they're going to lose the little money they got. And they're susceptible to going under. That's how that banking system has control over all facets of society. Unfortunately. Media. Anyway.
Yeah.
So let's go back to Micah 4 and 9 again.
Micah 4 and 9. Now, why dost thou cry out aloud? Is there no king in thee? Is thy counselor perished? For pangs have taken thee as a woman in travail.
So part of the pangs of our people is that we have no leadership. We have no advocacy. Hell, there is a non-Israelite leader in Mexico right now. Like, what's going on here? Do you think that leader in Mexico really gives a crap about Issachar in that country?
No.
It's laughable. It's laughable. And most of these people are families of the conquistadores that took the original native people out of these countries in the first place. Listen, if I'm not mistaken, the leader of Argentina, he might speak the language, but this guy has ties to a country in the Middle East, to Israel. A lot of these, just like the lady in Mexico. How do they get into this position? How are they speaking up for people that really aren't, that they're not even really nationally affiliated with? And I'm making decisions on behalf of the country. They said that leader in Argentina, I forget his name, this guy's sitting back here and running the country to the ground. They're complaining about him. Because it's not about the people. It's about doing sweetheart deals to the powers that be and can get access to the natural resources that these countries have. It's no deeper than that.
It's neo-colonialism.
It's neo-colonialism. It's a nice way. All you need from a national perspective is to control a handful of people that make decisions at the top, and you can control the entire country and have access to everything you need without having to govern the entire country yourself. Anyway, so the question is, do we not have a king? Is our council of parish? Yes. All the tribes don't have anybody that's advocating for them. And because of it, we're suffering as a nation. Those are aspects of the pangs that we experience as a woman in travail. Because we're this nation that is subject to catastrophe and heartache and pain, and we're waiting to be delivered. But as we're waiting to be delivered, as a nation, we're suffering. We're on the bottom of the totem pole, where everything Ezra said 2,500 years ago, we're still in that condition. And we're like, when are we going to get out of this situation? And like, there's no way we're going to get out of this situation with these leaders in front of us.
The answer is, you get out of the situation when you're out of the situation.
That's the point. But that's the point. And this is where all the pains are coming from. We're in pain waiting to be delivered. Yeah. Read verse 10.
Well, I gotta bounce this.
Pariah.
Yeah.
Come on, man. Read on.
Be in pain and labor to bring forth, O daughter of Zion, like a woman in travail. For now shalt thou go forth out of the city, and thou shalt dwell in the field. And thou shalt go even to Babylon. There shalt thou be delivered.
And we're going to go to Babylon. And we're going to be in the city, in the field, in Babylon, and we're going to travail in all these places. No matter where we go, we're going to do what? Travail. A lot of times we tell ourselves, and I've heard it from brothers, go out in the country. You're going to escape all the hell. No. You're going to catch hell in the city. You're going to catch hell in the field. You're going to catch hell everywhere you go. Read on.
There,
a different country. Read on.
There, Yahweh shall redeem thee from the hand of thine enemies.
And that's where we're going to get redeemed. But the Lord's going to redeem us. We can't get out of this situation. That's why when you read in Deuteronomy 28 and 68, no man's going to redeem us. No person can redeem us out of these curses, out of this travail. Okay? Let that verse go and go to Revelations chapter 12, verse 1 through 3. Revelations 12, verse 1 through 3.
Revelations 12 and 1. And there appeared a great wonder in heaven.
Another nation in power on earth. Read on.
A woman clothed with the sun, and the moon under her feet.
That's talking about, woman is referred to as Israel, clothed with the knowledge, wisdom, and understanding of the Most High. Read on.
And the moon under her feet.
The moon is the understanding. Read on.
And upon her head a crown of 12 stars.
The crown of 12 stars is talking about that woman and the 12 tribes of Israel that she represents. We read earlier that woman is that woman in travail. Now we're reading about that woman in travail. Read about it Esdras. Read about it in Micah. And we're going to read about it also in Jeremiah. But reading about this woman that has a crown of 12 stars, that's talking about those 12 tribes. Read verse 2.
And she being with child cried, travailing in birth, in pain to be delivered.
Now this verse hopefully makes more sense to us who used to read it back in the day. That woman being pained to be delivered is still talking about Israel travailing in these foreign countries. Or they might not be foreign countries. It could be Argentina, Brazil, North, Central, and South America. But these countries aren't advocating for us. And they're travailing as a society and a nation because we're still on the bottom of the totem pole. The only difference between physical slavery and the condition we're in now is just now the way the system is set up. We are convinced that we're not in slavery and we have a choice. And that was purposely done to maintain motivation and to maintain the willingness to keep working and to push ourselves past what we would do if we were in slavery. Okay? Read on.
And there appeared another wonder in heaven, and behold, a great red dragon.
This is another nation that we're talking about. We're talking about Israel, that's pained to be delivered. Now we're with another nation in heaven, this great red dragon, which is a nation. It is a nation of people. And just like a nation of people in verse 1 and 2 were established, and they explained the nation by the 12 stars on their head, now we have this nation that was dealing with what? That has what?
Having 7 heads and 10 horns, and 7 crowns upon its
head. It has the 7 heads and 10 horns. Whenever you read about the 7 heads and 10 horns, we're talking about the Edomite nation, who's had 7 kingdoms and reigns on earth. And this is part of that verse in Ezra where all the nations have to run their course. So it's the Greeks, the Romans, the Spanish, the French, the Germans, the Russians, and the British. They all had their time on earth, but they're the same nation of people. And those 10 horns are all the supporting countries that have backed each individual Edomite empire over the years. They're vassal states. Exactly. That's all it is the vassal states of each of those individual empires. It's not this physical dragon, or the funny thing is, even if it was a physical dragon that John saw. The physical dragon that John saw meant these actual people. Okay? I'm not going to go into this entire chapter. I'm only bringing out this particular point because what you're reading in Revelations isn't as mystical as we want to make it. It's the same storyline that we're reading all throughout the scriptures in Micah about this woman that's in travail that's waiting to be born, and Ezra gives the understanding of what it means for this child to be born. It's the child being born is Israel being restored back into power. The child being born, we were already a nation, but now we're going to get restored as this nation that runs the earth, but under the guise of Christ versus our individual lust and hard-heartedness. Does that make sense? Okay, we let this verse go, and we jump to...
You want 4?
No, I don't want 4. I want the third part. I already know what you're trying to do. You're trying to pull me into the rest of the chapter, right? We will go into these chapters later on down the line, I promise you. But let's go now to Jeremiah 31, verse 7 through 11. I already knew you were trying to set me up, man. Because if I answer that one, we're going to go into the whole chapter. Yeah, we're going to go through 17 and all this stuff. Nah, man. It is. We have a lot more history we're going to have to tap into. And then once we listen, I think this is my thoughts. This is tentative. We need to get through Acts. We're gonna go from here, Nehemiah, a little bit of Micah, a little bit of Malachi. Then we're gonna jump into the Greek Empire. Then we're gonna sit back here and get through Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, Acts. Then we're going to have to sit back and think about how we want to do this. Because we can go back to Genesis again, which is fine by me, or maybe go into some the Daniel 7, Daniel 8, so forth and so on. So we'll see how it goes. Okay, so just get on Jeremiah.
Jeremiah 31 and 7.
Let me get it there real quick. I'm sorry. Jeremiah 31 and verse 7. Okay.
For thus saith Yahweh, sing with gladness for Jacob, and shout among the chief of the nations. Publish ye, praise ye, and say, O Yahweh, save thy people, the remnant of Israel.
Mm-hmm.
Behold, I will bring them from the north country.
He's going to bring us from the north country, which is America. Now, we just read it in Micah 4 that we're going to be sent to Babylon. And Micah was written after that we were in Babylon. Okay? So this is still dealing with future prophecies that we're going to be brought into the north, or brought from, meaning relieved and rescued from the north country. Okay, read on.
And gather them from the coasts of the earth, and with them the blind and the lame.
So he says not just from the north country, but that was a major populace of where we're going to be. He's going to also gather us from all the different islands. Now listen, when you sit back and read about isles and islands, it's not talking about like the Isle of Tonga. Isles are referred to scripturally as continents. When you think of isles, you think of as continents. So he's taking us from the north country and other continents from the north, south, east, and west. That's how you got to look at isles. The continents. Read on. Read verse 8 again.
Behold, I will bring them from the north country, and gather them from the coasts of the earth, and with them the blind and the lame, the woman with the child, and her that travaileth with child together. A great company shall return thither.
A great company is going to return. Read on.
They shall come with weeping, and with supplications will I lead them.
He's talking about the people that are going to be weeping and travailing through this deliverance. Read on.
And with supplications will I lead them. I will cause them to walk by the rivers of waters in a straight way, wherein they shall not stumble. For I am a
Give me from the top. Give me from the top.
They shall come with weeping, and with supplications will I lead them. I will cause them to walk by the rivers of waters in a straight way.
When you sit back in rivers and waters, that's nutrition. He's going to nurture us. We know the water is referred to as wisdom. Okay? He's going to give us wisdom. He's going to get us through these difficult times, the travailing moments. Read on.
Wherein they shall not stumble. For I am a father to Israel, and Ephraim is my firstborn.
Exactly. Read on.
Hear the word of the Most High, O ye nations, and declare it in the isles afar off.
So now, listen. Verse 7 through 9 was talking about Israel being saved and delivered as this woman that was in travail. Now verse 10 is talking about how the nations are going to respond to seeing the Lord deliver Israel out of their travailed situation. Read on.
And declare it in the isles afar off, and say, He that scattered Israel will gather them, and keep him, as a shepherd doth his flock.
The nations are going to say, man, the same power that scattered Israel is going to bring them back together and bless them. But this is talking about the nations saying this. Read on.
For the Most High hath redeemed Jacob, and ransomed him with the hand of him that was stronger than he.
And this is how you know you're talking about these superpowers the Most High is going to take and ransom us from them. He says the whole world's going to realize that the Most High sent us out to these nations. And then he ransomed them back from these people that were stronger than him. This is how you know that the Jews ain't the ones living in Israel right now. This verse right here proves that the ones that call themselves Israelites and Hebrews ain't the ones. He says the whole world's going to recognize once Israel gets delivered that we got delivered from a kingdom and a nation that was stronger than us. Which means what? The true Jew has no power on earth. The true Jew is going to be the one that's been subservient to all these kingdoms on the earth. That's why we're travailing. And at the end, the world's going to realize, damn, the Lord Christ sat back here and delivered us from these people that they had no chance of being delivered from. Does that make sense? Okay. But once again, we're only going here to explain this travailing scenario and how us waiting to be delivered is that travail, is that pain. Now let's go. What's that?
I just want to read one thing. If you read that verse again, what verse you on right now?
We're on 11.
11? Could you read verse 10 one more time?
Hear the word of the Most High, O ye nations, and declare it in the isles afar off, and say, He that scattered Israel will gather him, and keep him, as a shepherd doth his flock.
Go ahead.
For the Most High hath redeemed Jacob, and ransomed him from the hand of him that was stronger than he.
He said the Most High said he's going to ransom us from the nation that was stronger than us. And so obviously we're in a position of being oppressed. And when you look at even Gad in America, when you look at Standing Rock, you know, when they talking about drilling that pipeline from Canada through the underground reservoir and ancient burial sites of the Lakota and Dakota Indians. Well, that also is where the Battle of Wounded Knee was as well. And if you know about the Battle of Wounded Knee, I just want to read this real quick. It says, the Wounded Knee Massacre, also known as the Battle of Wounded Knee, was the deadliest mass shooting in American history, involving nearly 300 Lakota people shot and killed by soldiers of the United States Army. Now, why did the Army do it? It says right here, I'm going to read on down. It says the Army was catering to the anxiety of the settlers. Right? So you had some settlers, which obviously these are some invaders and some people that are non-native that just come in and take over your land and kick you out. Illegal immigrants, so to speak, right? He says the Army was catering to the anxiety of the settlers who called the conflict the Messiah War.
Wow.
Why would the settlers call the conflict with the Lakota and Dakota Indians the Messiah War? He says, and were worried that the ghost dance, because they did something called a ghost dance. He says they were worried that the ghost dance signified a potentially dangerous Sioux resurgence. So what were they afraid of? What were they afraid of? They was the water. They was afraid that we would come back, that the Sioux would come back in power. And that's why they called that particular ghost dance that they did. They said we call this the Messiah War. We got to kill any Messiah. What does it mean to be a Messiah?
Savior.
A savior.
Yeah.
We got to kill any saviors. So the Lakota Dakota, that Battle of Wounded Knee, that was about killing any savior to resurrect those people from being colonized and invaded by settler colonization. What did J. Edgar Hoover say about the project that he put together, the FBI project that he put together, the campaign to eradicate what?
A black Messiah.
A black Messiah.
Mm-hmm.
So whether it was GAD, or with the American Indian Movement, or whether it was the Black Panthers, they're trying to eliminate what? A Messiah. They're trying to eliminate a savior.
Mm-hmm.
This is why we don't have any leaders. Because they purposely eradicate them out of fear that you're going to get back in power, that you'll be put back on top. So it's that fear of like Public Enemy say, fear of a black planet. It's that fear in them that brings that anxiety to we got to eliminate any type of uprising from you people.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why we don't have any leaders.
Yeah.
So when he says that in verse 11, he says that, read verse 11 again.
Verse 11. For the Most High hath redeemed Jacob and ransomed him from the hand of him that was stronger than he.
Yeah, that's showing that the Most High is going to bring us back by his hands, his people that have been oppressed by people who make sure they keep a foot on your neck and you don't have a resurgence. Yes, sir.
So when it says, it's talking about being ransomed. It says, and ransomed him from the hand of him. But when you look at the word ransomed, it's obtained the release of by making a payment demanded. So what's the exchange of the ransom?
Christ.
What's being
Christ's
exchanged?
blood.
Christ is the
All right, so this is talking about us from the nations.
yes.
Yeah, but the nations know about it. Listen, verse 10 and 11 is coming from the perspective of the nations.
Okay.
Read verse 10 again.
Hear the word of Yahweh, O ye nations, and declare it in the isles afar off.
So listen, hear the word of the Lord, O ye nations. And the individuals living in the different continents and countries afar off. And say, he that scattered Israel, which is the Most High, will gather them back. And we know that's going to happen. And keep him as a shepherd does the flock. Then it says, for the Lord have redeemed Jacob. The nations are going to realize, man, this is the time. This is the time when the Lord redeems his people. Because Deuteronomy 28 says, no man shall redeem Israel. The Lord's going to redeem Israel. Meaning no man was going to save Israel, which ties into what Shamshwan was saying. No man, Esau and the Most High wasn't even going to allow a savior to come out of our people. The nations weren't going to let it happen. Neither was the Lord going to sit back and allow one badass in the effort to sit back and bring us all together. He wasn't going to let that happen. And that wasn't going to happen.
Because Christ has to get the glory.
Because Christ is going to get the glory.
The people shall
and this is the whole point. The nations are realizing the Lord scattered them. The Lord's delivering them. Christ is delivering them. And ransom him, meaning the nation, Israel, from the hand of him that was stronger than he.
Okay.
And he's going to ransom. He's going to sit back and ransom Israel from America.
What is he giving in exchange for the ransom?
The exchange was Christ's blood.
But he's not giving that to the nations. He's giving that to us.
The nations are watching it go down.
Okay.
The nations are watching this whole story
All right.
fall down. But don't forget, we read it in Romans chapter 8. All of creation is waiting for us to put things in order. So the nations are still going to rejoice. Because like I said, contrary to what a lot of Israelites think, they're going to be murdering and killing and all this taking advantage of the nations that we've heard for so many years. He's going to take that stony heart from us. And we're going to sit back here and reestablish this world the right way. And give every nation, put every nation back into their lands with their people and teach them the laws. And all the nations are going to be flowing through Jerusalem, giving gifts and supplies, and then going back home and relearning how to serve the Most High. And see, even that though, there ain't no glory out of that for us. We ain't gonna get the power. We ain't gonna get the ego trip out of that. Our job is to sit back here and do the Lord's work. And if we're tasked to teach the nations, go teach these nations and go to hell home. Y'all understand what I'm saying? You had a statement and you had a statement.
Yeah, I wanted to, on his point, go back to Micah chapter 4, verse 11. The war pulled it earlier. And based on, we just read it right now, that he said that it shall come to pass in that day that the Lord, that I will cut off, wait a minute, let me see.
Father and son?
No. We just read it in, no, he said the one that was stronger than he.
Yeah,
in
verse 11. That's Jeremiah 31.
Verse 11. Read Micah chapter 4, verse 11.
4 and 11. Now also many nations are gathered against thee.
He says, because the Most High has to do it, because there's more than just one nation that's against us.
Mm-hmm.
You got like Ward just brought out, the leader of Mexico. They're not with us either. We're here in America. They're not for us either. You look at Canada
and Argentina.
You look at Canada. They're not with us either. Read on.
That say, let her be defiled.
It said, yeah, let her be defiled. It's a lot of people that want to keep us in our condition. They want to keep the foot on our necks and hold us down in a particular position.
Because our stumbling is the salvation of the rest of the world.
Right.
Our stumbling, as long as we're stumbled, the rest of the world is in power.
Read on.
Simple.
And let our eye look upon Zion.
Read on. It said our focus should be on Zion. Read on.
But they know not the thoughts of the Most High.
It said, but the nations don't know the thoughts of the Most High. Read on.
Neither understand they his counsel.
And neither do they understand the ultimate end of how the Most High is going to do things. Read on.
For he shall gather them as the sheaves into the floor.
Now, the word sheaves into the floor is a row of fallen grain. The Most High said he's going to gather the fallen grain. Who is the fallen grain? Go to Amos chapter 9, verse 9.
Amos 9 and 9. For lo, I will command, and I will sift the house of Israel.
So who's the fallen grain?
House of Israel.
The house of Israel is that fallen grain that the Most High says that he's going to restore and redeem from the nations. He said he will sift the what?
The house of Israel.
Go ahead.
Among all nations.
And who's the Most High is going to sift the house of Israel from among all nations. Read on.
Like as corn is sifted in a seed.
Corn is a grain. So who's that fallen grain?
Israel.
Israel is that fallen grain. The house of Israel, in totality, all the 12 tribes of Israel will be sifted from amongst all nations, because the capacity that they're in a like he says, like sheaves, like a row of fallen grain. We've been scattered and thrown to the ground. So the Most High said he's going to sift the nations and get what? Like corn is sifted in a seed.
What verse is it?
You're in verse 9.
What? Yet shall not the least grain fall upon the earth.
So what does he mean by that? Is any Israelites going to be left behind when the Most High gathers them up?
No.
But he says he's going to do it from all nations. That's what he means when he's going to redeem us. He's going to pull us back up. We've fallen as a nation of people. We're no longer in our power. The Most High is the one that's going to set us back in authority. But he's going to do it, not one individual man, leader, or person. But we get redemption through Christ.
Mm-hmm. Got it.
Makes sense?
Okay, so listen, let's do Matthew 24 and 22 real quick.
Matthew 24 and 22.
Mm-hmm.
And except those days should be shortened, there should no flesh be saved.
And the thing is, I know Ezra didn't have this verse at the time, but Christ understood the world the time has to be shortened so that there'll be enough righteous men left on earth. So that's another way to look at it. Ezra was like, listen, or the angel told Ezra, because we're going back to that point, evil has to run its course, and the righteous has to be measured. Now Christ is saying, listen, in order to keep the righteous at the measured number, he's got to cut the time short in order to have enough righteous men on earth for him to come down and save. So that's the other contrary report to how he's working this in. Okay? Now let's go back to 2nd Ezra chapter 4. And I think we're at 43 now. We're going to read from verse 43 down.
2nd Esdras 4:43. From the beginning, look, what thou desirest to see, it shall be showed thee.
So now it's going back still to how long or how much suffering does Israel have to endure coming down the line? Because this entire chapter, Ezra is talking about suffering and how long do we have to suffer and the type of suffering we have to go through. Okay? Now read on.
Then said I and said, if I had found favor in thy sight, and if it be possible, and if I be meet, therefore.
Give me more answers. He says, if it's possible, Melise, if my communication is meet or just for you, I want more information. I want more breakdowns. Give me more secretive breakdowns for nobody else to know but Read verse 45.
45. Shew me then whether there be more to come than is past, or more past than is to come.
He wants to know how much more intensity or how much more difficulties do we have waiting for us in comparison to what we've already experienced. Because Ezra was hell-bent on the suffering, how downtrodden we were, how much affliction we were suffering in Babylon. And he's like, is it going to be worse down the line? At least, because obviously he's accepted by this point. The angel is not going to give me a time. He's not giving me a time. I don't know when it's going to be over, but how is this travail going to be? Is it going to be more travail down the line or less travail than what we've had in the past? This is the question he's asking. Read on.
46. What is past I know, but what is for to come I know not.
Mm-hmm.
And he said unto me, stand up upon the right side, and I shall expound the similitude unto thee.
I'm going to give you a comparison so you can know the answer to your question. Is it going to be harder and more difficult down the line, or has it been harder leading up to this point now? Read on.
So I stood and saw, and behold, an hot burning oven passed by before me. And it happened that when the flame was gone by, I looked, and behold, the smoke remained still.
Stop. So he's saying this similitude will explain if life was going to be harder down the line versus what it was in the past. So the angel is saying it's a fire it got to him. And then as it passed him, the fire turned to smoke. What is he saying then? He's saying that the intensity of the travail, the intensity of the pain was going to be less down the line than what Israel experienced leading up to Ezra's request.
And you can get a good picture of that.
I just want to make sure I'm clear that real quick. The intensity of the suffering was harder before Ezra's time to present day Ezra's time than the intensity of the travail that's going to happen down the line. So think about this. If the intensity of travail was worse before Ezra and leading up to Ezra's time, that means the Egyptian captivity, the Assyrian captivity, and all those maybe captivities during the time of Judges, and the Babylonian captivity was worse than the transatlantic slave trade, trans-Saharan slave trade, the extinction of the Native Americans in America, the extinction of of the Brazilians by the Portuguese and the Spanish conquistadors conquering Mexico, that wasn't as bad as what we went through in Egypt and Babylon and Assyria. Because we talk about the transatlantic slave trade and the trans-Saharan slave trade like it was the most traumatic event in our history. He's saying Egypt was worse. Don't forget, Egypt had 10-day work weeks. 10-day work weeks. I don't know what the hell Nebuchadnezzar had people going through. It was said the Assyrian Empire, the ones that took the Native Americans out in the 9.5 tribes, they were ruthless. And they were skilled in torture methods. And you know, you're reading Tobit, it was frequent for Israelites to just get killed on the street and have to rot out in the street and get killed by dogs and eaten by dogs.
There's pictures of it historically called the Assyrian release. If you look at the Assyrian release, it has
the Assyrian release.
Yeah, Assyrian release. It's they drew in stone. They put
relief
stone.
or release.
Relief,
Okay.
relief, like a relief, but not the term that we think relief is. A relief is a stone, like how people have hieroglyphs.
Yeah.
They had like we have photographs. But they didn't have photographs back then, so they would carve. They would carve on stone the events, the historical events, to be remembered forever. Look at the pictures of the Assyrian release, and you will get a visual picture. They had brothers tied up in the back, people getting ripped in half, people set on fire. They were going in. It was an extreme military victory of the Assyrians, and they crystallized it, or they captured it on this release. Just get a chance to look at it and see it for yourself.
He's letting us know that those experiences were more intense. He's explaining the similitude based on intensity. Fire leading up to Ezra, and as the fire passed Ezra, it turned to smoke. The intensity lightened up. It's not talking about length of time, because if you think about it, if it's about literal numbers of years, what's the time period from Abraham until Ezra? That couldn't have been over 1,000 years. So it couldn't have been years. Because if you're going from Ezra all the way now to present time, that's 2,000 plus years. It's longer going forward. So how he's explaining things is intensity of suffering, intensity of heartache, intensity of pain. Because it's not years. Israel being in power couldn't have been for 400 years. The time of the judges was 400 years. Israel and Egypt was 100 some odd years. So that's almost 1,000. And then the reconstruction is 70. That's 1,000, maybe 1,100 years. So it's not length of time that this verse is talking about. It is intensity of suffering.
And that's without even us being tortured in the Roman circuses.
But it lets you know how bad it was damn Babylon. What were we experiencing in Babylon? What was the 9.5 tribes experience with the Assyrian Empire? In shorter spans of years. What did we suffer in Egypt? How bad was it? Close the door. How bad was it? Those are real questions. When he's saying the intensity of the suffering, is all through 2nd Ezra 4, he's dealing with the suffering and the travail and the pain Israel has experienced. He said it was worse before. Think about Middle Passage wasn't nothing in comparison to walking to Babylon, I guess. Walking to Assyria.
Well, that's what the whole book of Lamentations was about. Was the witness of the fall of Babylon.
The eating of babies.
Eating of babies, the children howling and screaming for food.
Brother, that's just this. You know what's crazy? It was worse than a slave trade. Both slave trades. Saharan and Atlantic. It was worse than the conquest of Mexico, the conquest of South America.
Which, you know, you can read that in De Las Casas. A history, a brief account of the destruction of the West Indies.
And that was bad. That was bad. But the angel said it was worse before. Egypt was worse. Babylon was worse. I guess the captivities during the time of Judges was worse. I guess it was worse how our kings treated our people. Because don't forget, Ahab was killing any man that was righteous. Ahab was killing any Israelite that was righteous. He was killing them. And he was sicking people in the nation. Anybody that's serving the Most High, bring him in, we're going to kill him. Just imagine how jacked up that was. You remember Salem witch trials. This is Hebrew commandment trials. Just imagine how crazy and fanatical it was at the Salem witch trials. And look at that with the Hebrews. Yeah, this brother said was sending prayers to the Lord. I got to call him out. I'm going to tell Ahab.
You even had sons of the prophets had to live underground, live in caves.
Ton. But this blew me away because he said it was worse in the past than now. It was more intense then. Let's read the next verse.
Even 50 years ago, 100 years ago, you couldn't look a white man in the eye.
Mm-hmm.
You 50 years ago, you crossing the same street. You had to get off the sidewalk and go to the other sidewalk and let the white man pass.
And you better not look at this woman.
You better not look. You better not whistle.
He was whistling.
You better not whistle.
No, it's over if you whistle. Yep. You may not even look over there.
Yeah, you see what they did to Emmett Till?
I know.
Well, you ever watch? They got a documentary.
Yeah.
And they said that the woman reported it, but the two men didn't come for about a week later. Then they knocked on his door around midnight.
Yep.
They told her, Grandpa, we just want to talk to your boys.
Yep.
And then they took Emmett Till and said, we're going to bring them back. Yep. And they took him first to a barn. They took him to a barn first. And then they tortured him in the barn. And one black dude who came as a witness on the witness stand said he saw Emmett Till go in there. He heard him screaming. So they was torturing him, cutting his fingers off, cutting his limbs off. They was torturing him in the barn. He was screaming. They was beating him. And then finally, they shot him through the ear. They shot him through the ear where the bullet went through the ear and came out the other side of his head. Put the pistol on his ear. And then after they tortured him, made him scream for hours, shot him in the head, and then they wrapped him around a fan, a cotton gin fan, wrapped him in barbed wire on a cotton gin fan and threw him over the bridge. And then 2 days later, they found his little kid found his body fishing. His knees were sticking up out the water. And they found little kid found him while he was fishing. And if he didn't find him while he was fishing, they would have never known what happened to him if his knees wasn't sticking up, because his body was submerged. But when you look at that, all he did was, they said he came from Chicago. All he did was whistle or say something nice. And then the woman later on, before she died, she admitted that he never did that. She lied.
Oh, that was recent.
That was recent. She just died recently. She'd outlived both the husband and the brother. And yes, sir.
In like around 1997, my telecommunication teacher went to the South and got arrested for a month for reckless eyeballing.
Reckless eyeballing. 1997. Reckless eyeballing. I didn't even know that was a law. So you talking about, but think about how it was just 50 years ago.
Yeah.
So he's showing how things in the past was worse.
Yep. And he's just saying, take that horrible experience about Emmett Till and say they were doing worse to our people during the Babylonian Empire.
Yep.
They were doing worse to our people during the Assyrian Empire and the Egyptian Empire. It was worse then. That's insane. That's insane. Listen, we're going to go on to the Nehemiah. Listen, man. If you were serving, whoever you were serving, especially the king, if you came to work serving whoever you had to serve and you had a frown on your face, you were facing possible death. If you had a frown on your face, if you were unhappy, if you were physically there but weren't mentally present, you were risking getting tortured, beaten, possibly killed.
Yeah,
that's back in those days. He's telling you the intensity and the demand and the expectation of servants, you couldn't have an opinion at all. And it was worse than slavery. I can't even imagine it. I can't even fathom it. It was worse than slavery time. I can't imagine how it could be worse than Middle Passage. The Middle Passage, the rounding up, the bug. I can't even imagine it. Bug breaking, all that stuff. It was worse than that. But anyway, 2 Esdras 4, give me verse 48 again.
So I stood and saw, and behold, an hot burning oven passed by before me.
He's talking about the intensity past him, and then read on.
And it happened that when the flame was gone by, I looked, and behold, the smoke remained still.
Then it was smoke at the end. So even though Israel is that woman in travail, waiting to be born, that travail wasn't as bad as the travail we experienced before Ezra's time. Read on.
After this, there passed by before me a watery cloud.
This is a second similitude that is explaining. A watery cloud is passing by him. Read on.
He had sent down much rain with a storm. And when the stormy rain was past, the drops remained still.
The drops remained still after it passed him. So what is he saying? The conditions were less intense after Ezra's time than what it was before Ezra's time. But then I sit back and say, damn, what about when Antiochus was throwing people in ovens? If they didn't sit back here and give up their belief of who they were as Israelites. And they were getting cut and dismembered and thrown in ovens. So that must have been a normal thing back in those days. And it was probably worse and more cruel during the Assyrian Empire and the Babylonian Empire. Think about this. If the Babylonians had a gam oven and they were throwing offenders in there, that was what was going on in the streets. He's saying how they treated servants and slaves and insubordinate people was worse back in the day than what it was after Ezra's time.
The prison we have right now going on.
That's, and first of all, that is a horrible scenario.
Now, if you look at the comparison, the prison system we got going on right now, what was their prison system? Usually on that oven.
Or it was worse.
Oh, yeah.
Listen, Joshua, I guess Joseph being in jail was worse. The conditions were worse. Listen, think about Jeremiah's jail experience. They put him in the mire. Can you imagine having a chain around your arms and you got feces and all type of filth at your chest to the point where it says, and all they do is give you a piece of bread? And they said, man, this man's going to die if we don't pull him out of here. What kind of scenario was that? Anyway, I can see partially, but because we didn't live it, it's hard to visualize it. But the angel said it's worse back then than what it's going to be down the line. Okay?
It's a question like that.
Huh?
He's not letting it slide.
Con, exactly. You're right. Con. So, let's get matter of fact, did we finish verse 50 yet?
No.
Read verse 50.
Then said he unto me, consider with thyself, as the rain is more than the drops, and as the fire is greater than the smoke, but the drops in the smoke remain behind.
Mm-hmm.
So the quantity which is past did more exceed.
The quantity, the amount of pressure exceeded in the past. The amount of hell exceeded in the past. Okay? Now, one possible understanding to kind of counteract this and counterbalance this is that intensity was at the level because the caliber of man was at a higher level at that time also. To prove that, we're going to hold this verse and go to 2 Esdras 5. 2 Esdras 5 and verse 54 through 56. Just to give us some kind of understanding, like, damn, if it was that bad, how were we able to take it? Because we were put together better We were put together stronger and had better mental and spiritual constitution than we got now. 54.
Consider thou therefore also how that ye are less of stature than those that were before you.
And he's like, then what? Listen, he says the men of Ezra's time was of less stature than Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, David, Solomon. Now what the hell are we now? Because Ezra was potent. He said, Ezra, you ain't the same guy in caliber and stature than Abraham and Isaac were, and Joseph were. He says, those men were on another level. So the age of time, they were capable of enduring more. So if they were capable of enduring more, the hell had to be more difficult to match the stock of man that was on earth.
Or the level of tolerance that they were able to endure.
Yeah.
And so that's why it kind of that makes a little more sense as to why it was harder back in the past, because we could take more.
Even now.
Which lets you know the Most High is not unfair. He won't give you more than what you can handle.
Israel doesn't have the ability. They say they're going to bring slavery back. Israel don't have the ability to deal with antebellum style slavery or chattel style slavery right now.
Israel can barely do labor jobs. Israel can damn that. I have to work from home in the AC.
Yeah, right.
And I have to have my liquids next to me and my ice and my snacks. I don't have enough snacks. I can't get my job done. That's how Israel is, all right? Am I right or wrong? Israel can't even do labor jobs, all right? And then every damn day you got young brothers working with us. It's so hot. It's hot. Why is it so hot? Like, damn. Can you stop bringing that weak shit to the damn club?
88.
Stop bringing this weak stuff to the job, all right? Every 5 minutes we're hearing about how hot it is. Oh, I need some water. Is it break time yet? No! Even the military. I used to talk to military guys at the job, and they were sitting back here, and they said in the Navy, if you were fatigued, you get to sit back and pull out a timeout card out. Like that? What kind of crap is that in the military?
It's called a stress card.
I am fatigued.
Yeah.
I am fatigued. Give me time.
Dehydrated.
Well, what the hell's going on, huh? That's just lesser caliber people. Can't take what. And you know, the truth is, when I remember I talked to this old school Edomite guy years ago. He was like, he was in the military in Fort Benning, and I think he was like those guys that jump out of planes out. And the stuff the training he went through, and he explained. I said, man, people nowadays couldn't hack what this dude did. And he was, and it was like in the 40s. He was in there. He was young. Point is, the military now and the men now couldn't handle what the dudes in the 40s could handle.
They had 10 cans rations out.
And they sat back and sucked it up. They logged in crazy hours. They just was on another level than people out here now. And I bet you going back to World War I, the conditions were worse, and they can handle more than the World War II cats. It's just how life is. But the Most High is saying the men back in those other days had a greater stature than even Ezra's time, so they can handle more. So the conditions were worse. So the situations were more difficult. Okay? So read that again. Verse 54.
Consider thou therefore also how that ye are less of stature than those that were before you.
Yeah, a lot of times our grandparents, they retire from jobs. They work 50 years in one place.
Yep.
We can't stay at a place more than 6 months.
And then the answer is, you got to work smarter, not harder.
Yeah. If they don't pay you right.
Mean like this.
Yeah.
That's it. Like,
yeah.
Why work hard, huh?
That guy pops up, yeah.
Always is this guy. but that's the whole point. And it's also because we don't have the strength and intestinal fortitude to endure things like our forefathers did. Read on.
And so are they that come after you less than ye.
And he says, the generation of the line are going to be even weaker than you, Ezra. And this is going to keep diminishing over time. Weaker men, less morals, less spiritual fortitude. And this is why times are going to be that much worse, because people can take and handle less. Did you handle?
Yeah, you can kind of see that with fathers and sons,
Mm-hmm.
with fathers and grandsons,
Mm-hmm.
where you're just like, all right, he's not me.
Yeah.
Or sometimes a son could look back and reflect like, yeah, I'm not my father.
Yeah.
So you can see it even now.
Yep.
I'm sure there are fathers that see it in their sons or their grandsons that are just like, he's not me.
either you say that or you get mad. He said, man, this nigga's embarrassing me, man. We're going to fix this. We're going to have to fix this. Get this and that. You making me look bad. Junior! Get over here, Junior! It's unacceptable. That's a real thing, too. Listen, put your kids in sports and see how you react to that. When he starts throwing like this. Like, no, we have to fix this tonight. We're going to throw the ball every day. You will not sit back here and do this. I tried, Daddy. Like, no. We tighten this up tonight. We're going to catch this ball. We're going to make some plays. The ball ain't going under your legs like that no more. Hell no. Listen, y'all watch.
And you know what we say? I didn't spend all this money for nothing.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And then, that ain't my kid. He got his mama in him. He got his mama in him. That's what you gonna say. You better use that fire to fix him. You better use that pride. That's when you got to use your pride. Use your pride to develop, or you will keep getting embarrassed out there.
Yeah.
Why am I speaking so passionate about that?
Yeah.
I remember there was young, like, man, hell no, this is unacceptable right now. I'm sitting back here. I'm at the field. This is bullshit. I'm pacing. This is not right. I ain't doing this all year. I am not doing this all year. I refuse to go 20 games watching this situation because the coaches don't care. They gonna let the kid do what they gonna do. Then you sit back. You're like, you on the sidelines. Bro, stop this. And you're trying to be cool. All these parents are like, it's just a game. No, it's not. Anyway, let me stop. What am I trying to say to them? Like we said from the beginning.
There's some shame involved in it.
You're damn right it's shame. No, it's pride. Yeah. It is pride involved. But the funny thing is, the generations have diminished over time. And the Most High is letting us know that. And that's partially why the Most High is saying that the hell and the intensity is going to diminish because mankind can't handle what the other generations experience.
And he's also speeding time up.
Exactly. Because he knows men have diminished and their capacity for righteousness isn't what it used to be. It all ties in. That makes sense? Where are we at? Let's read read 55.
And so are they that come after you less than ye, as the creatures which now begin to be old, and have passed over the strength of youth.
Mm-hmm.
Then said I, Yahweh, I beseech thee, if I have found favor in thy sight, show thy servant by whom thou visitest thy creature.
Now he's asking more. He's getting, listen, Ezra's getting so much information at this point. But I just wanted to go there to show that the caliber of mankind has diminished over time. Let's go to 2nd Esdras 14 also. 2nd Esdras 14 and 16 through 17. Let me get one real quick.
Yes, sir.
Tahawam Rakha, Shah Shabbatah, Ban Shar, Ban Yasha'Allah.
Tahawam Rakha, Shah Shabbatah, Ban Yashar, Ban Yashar. Imagine. What? Yahweh Hashem Yashar Rakah.
Yahweh Hashem Yashar Rakah.
All right.
It's 2nd Esdras chapter 14, verse 16.
Yeah.
2nd Esdras chapter 14 and verse 16.
Let me get there. I'm sorry. I was typing something in. Yeah, read that.
For yet greater evil than those which thou hast seen happen shall be done hereafter.
It says greater evils are going to be done because of what? is the caliber of men have diminished. Okay? Read on.
For look how much the world shall be weaker through age.
The world's going to be weaker, so they're spiritually and morally more corrupt. Okay, they're morally and spiritually more corrupt because they're weaker in spiritual constitution. It's over age, we just get weaker and weaker. The generations, at least. Read on.
So much the more shall evils increase upon them that dwell therein.
And this is why the Lord has to cut the time short. Because he knows that he has to speed this up because of how weak and corrupt we are. Now, there's a verse that talks about make the time short. There's a prayer, actually, that talks about that.
That was Psalm 7.
I think I thought it was Ecclesiastes 36.
36, yeah.
That's what I thought, yep. And we always just say, make the time short.
Mm-hmm.
We're not going to, I don't need to go there, but listen, the time got to be shortened because mankind is weaker. I'm trying to see if I can find just that verse. Yeah, it's no need to go there. Okay, let's do this. Did we finish that verse? Yes. Let that verse go and go to 2nd Esdras, chapter 7, verse 1 through 11. Well, we're still trying to sit back here. The angel Uriel, when he was explaining the affliction, when he was explaining the intensity of the affliction, he used fire, intense fire, and he used heavy rains, heavy waters. Okay, so with that concept, he's saying that affliction and that intensity was going to diminish for all of the people, but that doesn't change the fact that we have to endure that intensity, and we have to endure that fire and endure that water. Okay, with that in mind, let's go to 2nd Esdras 7, verse 1.
2nd Esdras chapter 7 and verse 1. And when I had made an end of speaking these words, there was sent unto me the angel, which had been sent unto me the night afore. And he said unto me, Up, Esdras, and hear the words that I am come to tell thee. And I said, Speak on, my power. Then said he unto me, The sea is set in a wide place, that it might be deep and great.
Mm-hmm.
But when the entrance were narrow,
But
and
put
like
the case.
a river,
But put the case.
Oh, select. But put the case, the entrance were narrow, and like a river, who then could go into the sea to look upon it and to rule it. If he went not through the narrow, how could he come into the broad?
And this is what he's explaining to us. Ezra, these chapters keep evolving over time, but after we explain the intensity, what we read in chapter 4 that the intensity was less, but you couple that less intensity with a lesser caliber in each man, it still makes the battle formidable for each and every one of us.
It's fair for
because
every generation.
the battle is fair. The battle, to stay on point, is fair based upon what he knows is in you. So we can't say the conditions are unfair on any level. With that being said, it is still imperative that each and every one of us are responsible for crossing that thin, narrow, straight line to get to the comfort and the blessings that's waiting for us. So there has to be the accepting and the acknowledgement of the difficulty and the fighting to stay on point to get to that kingdom and spiritually for the nation to overcome that travail and that nation be reborn again. Okay? Now what we're reading in Ezra is about the individual battles that everybody has to go through. 2nd Esdras 4 was more of a nationalistic scenario where we have to be reborn as a nation. Going into chapter 7 is about the individuals that have to overcome their battles to get the opportunity for salvation. You had a question? What?
That's all.
Okay.
Romans chapter 14, verse 2 and 3.
I get it. I'm all in.
Read that.
Romans chapter 14 and verse 2. For one believeth that he may eat all things.
And even on an individual level, for the one that believeth he can handle more things. Read on.
Another who is weak eateth herbs.
So some men can't handle the things that other men can handle, even now on an individual basis. But read on.
Let not him that eateth despise
It said,
him.
but let not him that eateth. So even on an individual basis, because you can handle more, that doesn't mean that you have the right to turn around, because you may have come from a stronger constitution, a stronger background, a more heavier upbringing. But don't despise the one that what?
That eateth not.
That eateth not. Read on.
And let not him which eateth not judge him.
And the one that can't handle the heavier load, don't judge the one that can handle the heavier load. Read on.
That eateth.
Go ahead.
For the Most High has received it.
It says, because you don't know who the Most High does what? Receives. So our job is, if you can handle a lot, then don't be looking at eyeballing the ones that can't handle a lot and calling them weak.
Mm-hmm.
Man, you can't handle. You know where I come from. You know what? You know how what we used to do. How we came in the truth. We used to bear crawl in the snow.
Yep.
Y'all right now. Y'all don't go through what we went through to come in the truth. Y'all got it easy in the truth. It doesn't matter. That's all irrelevant. Your time was necessary for you based upon your level of tolerance and rebellion.
Mm-hmm.
So this person's time in the truth is custom made for what they can handle, because even just coming to class 5 days a week to this person may be extreme.
Yep.
We used to come to class every day. We work 7 days a week. Y'all brothers got it easy. Y'all work 4 days a week. We work open to close. Y'all got it easy. Y'all work 4 hours a day. Y'all got part-time. Y'all do part-time work for the Most High.
You get a day off.
Or y'all just congregate on the weekend.
Yeah.
We see each other every day.
Yep.
We fight this fight every day. Well, you know what? You don't know who the Most High is going to receive. Because just because that person can handle more doesn't mean you have the right to talk down, look down, or differentiate and separate yourself from those who can't handle more.
Okay.
He said, because the Most High will do what?
It says, for the Most High has received it.
It says the Most High even receives the weak ones. So does that mean that we have? So that means just focus on yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Focus on what the Most High, because we always look at, man, the Most High is not fair. If he look at what I had to go through when I got the knowledge, the Most High made me sacrifice this, and this. You know, I had to give up my whole family, household. I had to give up my friends. I had to give up my career. So what? Nowadays, people may not be able to handle that.
Yep.
People may just need to make a commitment. Can they just stop smoking cigarettes?
Yep. And come to class a couple days a week.
Can they at least read the Bible once a day, if that? Can they at least get a couple of verses? Can they even read? He said, "You never know, because the Most High accepts them." So that critical eye,
you don't know what their ceiling is.
Right.
You don't know what their ceiling is, so you can't sit back and put a judgment or determination on somebody, because you don't know what the Most High is expecting out of them.
Nope.
God.
Let that go.
Okay, let's go. 2 Esdras 7 in verse I think it's 5. Did you finish 5?
I wasn't.
Let's go 5. 7 and 5.
7 and 5.
Yes.
2 Esdras 7 and 5. Who then could go into the sea to look upon it, and to rule it? If he went not through the narrow, how could he come into the broad?
So now it's about, as a nation, individually, we all have to walk this path, this straight and narrow path that requires discipline and humility, and conscientiously not feeding into the flesh to get what was promised to us. The point is, we were promised this broad and beautiful sea, this broad and huge kingdom, but we have to walk and take narrow paths to get to it, or we won't get to that ending, that rebirth of the nation. Read on.
There is also another thing. A city is builded and set upon a broad field.
Now we know that city is talking about New Jerusalem, that is already ready. It's already ready, but we have to put the work in to earn it. Read on.
And is full of all good things. The entrance thereof is narrow, and is set in a dangerous place to fall.
The setting is a dangerous place to fall, because you take the one false step and you're out. Read on.
Like as if there were a fire on the right hand and on the left a deep water.
He's letting you know that this fire and that deep water are examples of affliction, examples of danger. That's all around us.
There's risk involved.
There's risk involved, and it's not this easy, laissez-faire path from where you started to get to the kingdom. But if we don't have this, how do we show the Most High we've earned the right to get to the kingdom? And for him to change that heart of ours into a pure, fleshy heart. That's the reward for us fighting that wicked seed in us from the beginning. Read on.
In one only path between them both, even between the fire and the water, so small that there could be but one man go there at once.
And this is why this chapter deals with the individual. Chapter 4 was about the nation. Chapter 5 is about the nation too. But this is about the individual that has to fight those battles. And you can't ride another person's faith coattail to get to the kingdom. Everybody has to have their own personal testimony of how the Lord has come through for them. And your faith and your experience to get you through these trials, this fire, this water, to get you through all these difficult challenges to get to the goal.
I want to read something too.
Mm-hmm.
Take about 5 minutes real quick. This is follow page 887. And we're talking about that individual battle. Even though you're going through this narrow place, so that only one man can pass at once. That doesn't mean you just focus on yourself only.
Nice. Now listen, you want somebody to read that for you?
No, I'll read it. It'll be quick. Yeah, read it real quick. This is read this right here. Read this the whole chapter right there. That paragraph.
Those who do everything for their own sake alone.
It says there's some men who may take this and say, "Well, that's why I got to worry about myself. I got to focus on me." He said there'll be men that he says those that do things for their own sake alone. Read on.
Practice selfishness.
He says they practice what?
Selfishness.
Just because you can only go through this path, this narrow path by yourself, that doesn't mean that you become what?
Selfish.
Selfish. He says so read on.
Which is the greatest of evils.
He called selfishness one of the greatest of evils. Read on.
Which produces unsociability.
Unsociability is to become antisocial. He says what selfishness breeds is you become antisocial as a result of being selfish. So antisocial is just a form or a product of selfishness, of extreme selfishness. He says you become antisocial. What else?
Want of fellowship.
It says you lack fellowship, meaning you don't know how to be around people. That's a stem of selfishness. You don't know how to put yourself around a group or a body. That's a form of what?
Selfishness.
Selfishness. He said there's a want of fellowship or lack of fellowship. Read on.
Unfriendliness.
And you don't know how to be what?
A friend.
You don't know how to be a friend. All this comes from selfishness. Selfishness breeds all these things. Read on.
Injustice.
And you don't know how to support the rights of other people. You don't look at the rights of other people. You only look at things from a narrow perspective. Just what pertains and is right to you and fair to you. You don't know about equity to somebody else. Read on.
Impiety.
It says also you become irreverent. You don't look at the Most High the right way. You have an awkward perspective of the Lord as a byproduct of being selfish. Read on.
For nature has made man not like those beasts which love solitude.
It says the Most High. He said the Most High didn't make man to be like a polar bear.
Yeah.
A polar bear just they love isolation.
Yeah, they love it.
They love to be alone. He said the Most High don't. He didn't make us to be like polar bears and just wanderers and hunters and we just forage for food on a regular basis individually. Read on.
But like the gregarious beast.
That gregarious beast means animals that live in herds or flocks. He said the Most High made man to be like the beasts that live in herds or flocks. Who lives in herds or flocks? Sheep. That's what we call the lost sheep. Christ said, I'm for the lost sheep of the house of who? Israel. Sheep live in herds and flocks because they're social. Read on.
which live together like the most sociable of all creatures.
He says, people that live in herds of flocks, that know how to be amongst each other. He says they know how to socialize amongst each other. Read on.
That he may not live to himself alone.
It says they don't live to themselves alone. They live for who? Read on.
But also to his father.
He says they like a sheep. He said they live for their father. What else?
And to his mother.
Read.
And to his brethren.
Read.
And to his wife.
So they know how to get along with their father. They know how to get along with their mother. They know how to get along with their brother. They know how to get along with their wife. What else?
And to his children.
And they know how to get along with their children. Read on.
And to all his other relations.
And if you don't know how to do this, that's because you're selfish.
Yep.
That's why you don't know how to get along with your children. You don't know how to get along with your wife. You don't know how to get along with your father and your mother because you're selfish. Read on.
And friends.
And you don't know how to get along with your friends because you're selfish. Read on.
And to those of the same borough as himself.
It said you know how to conduct yourself, which is appropriate behavior to consist and live around people in your borough. What else?
And to those of the same tribe.
And you know how to function in your tribe. What else?
And to his native country.
And you know how to be good to your country. What else?
And to his fellow countrymen.
And you know how to deal with your people the right way. And what else?
And to all mankind.
And you know how to deal with everybody in any situation. Read on.
And moreover, to the different parts of the universe. And to the whole world. And much more to the Father and Creator of the world.
And if you know how to deal right with your people, because you're not selfish, then you can look at the Most High the right way. That's it.
Listen, let's continue back in 2nd Esdras, chapter 7. Let's do verse 9.
If this city now were given unto a man for an inheritance, if he never shall pass the danger set before it, how shall he receive this inheritance?
Exactly. If we don't sit back and learn to master the negative inside of us and the challenges and the afflictions that surround us, why will we even earn this inheritance that's coming to us? Everybody talks about the inheritance, the kingdom, the power, the majesty. But if we don't put the work in, and if we're not willing to accept the battle and work in front of us, why would we deserve the inheritance at the end? Read on.
And I said, it is so, master. Then said he unto me, even so also is Israel's portion.
This is our portion. This is the battle we have to face. Read verse 11.
Because for their sakes I made the world. And when Adam transgressed my statutes, then was decreed that now is done.
When Adam sinned, this is when everybody had to sit back here and fight this battle to gain the inheritance. Once Adam sinned, now nobody was going to be off the hook. We had to earn the kingdom. It wasn't going to be given to us. Okay. We're going to sit back and let this verse go and go back now. Oh, let's see. Let's see. I really don't want to go here. Go to Isaiah 43 and 1 and 2. Isaiah 43, verse 1 and 2. Still on that fire and water.
Isaiah chapter 43 and verse 1.
Mm-hmm.
But now saith the Most High that created thee, O Jacob, and he that formed thee, O Israel, fear not, for I have redeemed thee. I have called thee by thy name, thou art mine.
Mm-hmm.
When thou passest through the waters, I will be with thee.
When you go through the intense storms, I'll be with thee. Read on.
And through the rivers, they shall not overflow thee. When thou walkest through the fire,
When you walk through the fire that is handcrafted for you, the waters that are hand designed for you. Read on.
thou shalt not be burned, neither shall the flame kindle upon thee.
He's just letting us know, regardless of the conditions and difficulties that we have to experience in that narrow path to get to the wide, he will be there for us. If we hold on to these scriptures, stay in the book and stay humble, he'll be there for us through whatever we go through. Okay? let's do this. Let's go back to Esdras chapter 4. We're going to finish it up, man. Give me verse 51 and 52.
Esdras 4 and 51.
I can go different directions, but I think the point's made out.
Yeah.
Let's do verse 51.
51. Then I prayed and said, May I live, thinkest thou, until that time?
And that's the end. He wants to know, is he going to be alive during the kingdom? To get to the kingdom. Read on.
Or what shall happen in those days? He answered me and said, As for the tokens whereof thou askest me, I may tell thee of them in part. But as touching thy life, I am not sent to show thee, for I do not know it.
I don't know if you're going to listen. I don't know if you're going to be there at the end to see it. I don't know.
There was a verse on that too. Ecclesiastes 11 and 5 in the Apocrypha. Ecclesiastes
T's.
in the Bible.
I want to get that one.
Yes, sir.
11 and 5.
Yes, sir.
Ecclesiastes chapter 11 and verse 5.
Read that.
As thou knowest not what is in the way of the Spirit.
Because a lot of times we want to know what the Spirit of the Most High is trying to show us. And we don't always know the way of the Spirit. We always want to know how the Most High look at things and where we're going to be at. And those certain things we don't understand.
We want all the answers to the test.
We want to know all the answers prior to what the Most High is doing. He says, but we don't know the way of the Spirit. Read on.
Nor how the bones do grow in the womb.
And just like we've been talking about the whole class, about how the woman is in travail. He said, well, one thing that you do know, like a woman that has a baby, is that you don't see the baby grow, but you just know that the bones are doing what? Growing. Just know that the bones are growing, although you don't see it. Read on.
Nor how the bones do grow in the womb of her that is with child. Even so, thou knowest not the works of the Most High, who maketh all. So
the Most High, just know that we don't know what the end. We don't even know the day that Christ is coming back, because the Most High hasn't revealed it. Only the Most High knows when He tells Christ, "Oh, it's time to go back." So Christ don't even know the end. He know of the end, but He don't know when He's going to be brought back a second time on earth to rule. That's for the Most High to know. But we don't know the Spirit, and we don't know the works of the Most High. But we're just supposed to know that the Most High is working, just like a woman that's pregnant. You can't see the development of the child, but you know that the child is growing. Mm-hmm. So that's all that we need to know, that the Most High is moving, even though we may not know the dates, the times, the whens, the wheres, the hows, the whos. We don't got all those answers, but we do know the Most High is moving. The Spirit of the Most High is moving. That's what we need to know.
Yeah. Listen, we're not going to, like I said, we're not going to switch into Nehemiah. You see, we're 3 hours in. To sit back and switch now wouldn't make any sense. Does anybody have any questions about the Bible in general? We rarely do this, so I know I understand people aren't prepared. But are there any questions anybody might have? Online. Is there any questions for anybody online? We have to wait a little bit for the auto delay. But I'm going to wait a few minutes. Are there any questions anybody online has about the topic? We can go into it quickly. If not, we'll shut it down. Yes, there we go. There the hands go. What's that?
We ended up talking about how selfishness can be such a negative thing. How are you able to combat somebody else's selfishness when you're trying to address them and deal with them and work with them?
It's not about you working with them. It's about you staying in order. It's our job to teach them. Your job is to stay in order and be an example of being selfless. So your example of being selfless and tolerant of people's issues is the best way you can show anybody anything. And even us, all we're doing is, I'm telling you, this is the truth. The Most High in every aspect of the work removes the ego. We can sit back here and act like we're general this and teacher this and teacher this and whatever label we want to call ourselves. Cool. But the reality is this. I can teach and be as clear as heck on any topic in the scriptures. That ain't going to make a person change. You know, a lot of times when you're young, you get this knowledge, then you can sit back and change the world and change people. And I cut this person and I check this person in the scriptures. Now they're going to make changes. Not necessarily. The best thing to help people grow and change is not to be a stumbling block. So say, for instance, you want to help somebody be selfish. But what you don't realize is what thing you're weak in is their justification to be selfish. So say, for instance, selflessness is your strength. Think about the thing that you do that's not your strength. And a lot of times the things that are not your strength is what triggers a person to be selfish. So if you really care about somebody's selfishness, eliminate the things in you that triggers them to be selfish. And then once you remove the triggers and your example is blameless, then you give a person a better chance at fixing themselves. When you sit back and see anybody in life, whether it's a husband and wife interaction, brother and sister, brothers in the camp, sisters with the sisters, everybody's going to sit back here and they're going to have a ton of flaws in themselves. And then, they'll never get to the tons of flaws in their spirit. And if you sit back and counsel with somebody, you'll see it. They'll never get to the tons of flaws in their spirit because they'll say, well, you do this and this. And because you do this and this is why I feel I'm justified in doing that and that. Right? So what's the best way to help a person change? Eliminate the things you do.
Blamelessness.
Be blameless. If I'm blameless, now eventually that person has no choice but to see that they got to fix themselves. But as long as they can see things in you, they're going to keep going on the path that destroys themselves. That's harder than pulling all the verses in the world. Yeah. You can pull 1,000 verses and the person's off. But the person is, they're listening to your verses. They're saying, well, what about what you're doing though? You have just as much fault as to why I do what I do than what's in me. This is how people operate and think. This is how how they think and operate in their life. Am I right or wrong? When you sit back here and you put your prophet garment on, and you say, we're going to read scripture today. And you start sitting back here and pulling the scriptures on first. What's the first thing they do? What do you do? What about you? Mm-hmm. Am I right or wrong? And then all of a sudden it gets to an argument. You ain't being humble. You ain't humble. Okay, you're right. Because you know Israel is the king of? Israel is Captain Obvious. There is wickedness in you. I see that you're selfish. How are you going to change your selfishness? And I'm not mocking you. I'm saying this is people. Man, how can I sit back here and help the wickedness of Israel? Can we close the door? Because the thing is this. We're so fixated on fixing people, we don't realize that we're part of the reason why people sin. We're part of the reason people sin in the first place. And if we understood, let me eliminate the things in me that justify the person I care about sin, that's the best way you can help somebody.
There's a scripture on that too. Mm-hmm. Hebrews chapter 10, verse 23. Start verse 22.
Hebrews chapter 10 and verse 23 or 22.
22.
Let us draw near with a true heart.
Go ahead.
Full assurance of faith.
Read on.
Having our hearts sprinkled from an evil conscience.
So first thing is us. We got to remove what?
Our evil conscience.
Our evil conscience. Read on.
And our bodies washed with pure water.
And we know that's the scriptures. Read on.
Let us hold fast the profession of our faith without wavering.
Because wavering means inconsistent. Because when you're inconsistent and you're trying to profess your faith and you're inconsistent, people are not going to buy into your faith if you're inconsistent. Because the Most High said the Jews require what?
A sign.
A sign. They need a sign. They need something to believe. They're just not going to follow because you say follow. They're not going to say do because you say do. They need to see it first, and then they'll buy into it. So if you're wavering in your profession, or you're professing in your profession, they're not going to buy into it. Read on.
For he is faithful that promised.
Read on.
And let us consider one another to provoke unto love and to good works.
So now, what am I? How am I considering that next person? I'm considering that next person to provoke that person to love and good works. How do I provoke somebody else to good works? That means I first got to remove what's inconsistent about who?
Me.
That means I got to remove my inconsistencies. How am I going to profess my faith to somebody and get somebody to buy into my faith, but yet they see a bad example in me? That's not going to happen. So you provoke somebody through making sure that you are firm in your belief. You removed your negativity that can cause somebody else to, or give somebody else a reason or an excuse why not to believe. Then you can do what? Read on.
Not forsaking the assembling of ourselves together.
Now I can urge this person to come out of their selfishness. Now I can urge this person to come to be a part of something they don't want to be a part of. Or I can show them the benefits of what it's like to come out of myself. Because a lot of people don't want to come out of themselves. A lot of people are selfish. But can you encourage somebody to not be selfish, but yet you give them a reason to be selfish?
Huh?
It's not going to happen.
It's a mixed signal.
So the start to get to get them to forsake that, to not forsake the assembling, to gather together, it starts with who? Me. It all starts with me.
Let's go to Romans 2. Romans chapter 2. And starting at 19.
Romans chapter 2 and verse 19.
Hold on, let me get it real quick. And we're going to read down 24. Read that.
Romans chapter 2 and verse 19. And are confident that thou thyself art a guide of the blind.
A lot of times when you start getting scriptures, the scripture does say knowledge puffs up. Mm-hmm. And the more you get the scriptures, a lot of us get confident in engaging people about the law. Engaging people about right and wrong, which is what we should do. And it's a beautiful process. But somebody hold this and give me Hebrews 4 and 12. Adam, you give me that? Hebrews 4 and 12.
Hebrews chapter 4 and 12.
Read that.
For the word of the Most High is quick and powerful and sharper than any two-edged sword, piercing even to the dividing asunder of soul and spirit, and of the joints and marrow. It is a discerner of the thoughts and intents of the heart.
Listen, the Bible cuts two ways. The scriptures are designed to cut two ways. So when we start getting the knowledge and get this information, and that spirit in us is motivated to engage and correct and teach, it's a beautiful thing. But just know as that word is cutting, it's coming back to you and it's cutting too. And it goes at the heart and the motivations of men and women. So as we begin to engage and correct people and teach people right from wrong, be prepared and be humble enough to let that word come back and teach you and redirect your mind. Because that was what the intention of the scriptures were. Because the purpose of the scriptures is to keep everybody honest and everybody's intentions and mindset pure. Out of love. So read on.
Hebrews chapter 6.
No, 4 and 12. Did you finish it?
Hebrews chapter 4 and 12. For the word of the Most High is quick and powerful and sharper than any two-edged sword, piercing even to the dividing asunder of soul and spirit, and of the joints and marrow, and is a discerner of the thoughts and intents of the heart.
But the scriptures were created to go at the intents of the heart of the student and the person dropping the information. With that in mind, let's go back to Romans chapter 2 and read verse 19 again.
Romans chapter 2 and verse 19. And are confident that thou thyself...
Matter of fact, give me verse 17 and down. 17 down is a better start.
Romans chapter 2 and verse 17. Behold, thou art called a Jew, and restest in the law, and makest thy boast of the Most High.
Listen, a lot of times the goal is to teach our people. If it's selfishness, is it pride, if it's humility, whatever we got to teach. Our job is to diagnose. Even when I was saying earlier that Israel is Captain Obvious, one of the first things you learn how to do is diagnose. This is a sickness. This is a sickness. This brother's sick. This brother is disjointed somewhere. But that's just the start of the process to analyze sicknesses and disjointedness in the spirit. Okay, read on.
And knowest his will, and approvest the things that are more excellent, being instructed out of the law.
Because the scriptures start opening your eyes to what's right, and that spirit in us wants to sit back here and help people and do right by people.
Yep.
But when you start trying to do right by people, it is a rabbit hole that is very deep. To sit back here and figure out how to get a human being to change their life to the Most High. People think it's easy, where you can just drop some knowledge, teach on the street on a Saturday, and people are going to just lock in. Try going to your house and teaching the Bible. Try go teaching your wife the scriptures. Go to the job and tell somebody about the Bible and see if this process is easy. It ain't. One, you have to be studied up enough to even be used by the Most High to teach somebody new. That's one. And then once you start teaching somebody new, you realize, man, this is hard damn work. You're doing more changing than them. What teaching really is about, you're doing all this changing just for them to see themselves.
No.
That's what teaching is about in a nutshell. We think it's about knowledge and breakdowns and word wizardry, lyrical exercise. We're speaking, we're spitting game, we're spitting, we're talking, we're working. Listen, bro, if you want people to change, it's all about being close enough and accessible enough to the person you want to teach daily to see the Christ in you. But the problem is this. Are you consistent enough in yourself to teach somebody something? Everybody wants to teach the Bible until you got to live it perfect in their eyes. How about that? That's like me going to the gym and saying, yeah, man, I'm going to be a fitness instructor. And my belly's all out here, hanging out like this. You think I'm going to spend all this money on you, bro? Like, nah, G, I will pass. Give me the guy. It's only going to be $20. Nah. It's like, no, I will spend $40 on somebody who's actually in shape. Thank you very much, my friend. I promise you, man, I got this arm workout, bro. It is fire. What about the stomach workout, bro? What about that part of the workout? Trust me, dog. Trust me. Trust me. Why?
I got the big arms, little legs.
Listen, man, like this. No, bro, this is not appealing enough to get me out of bed to work out with you enough every day. Right? We can visualize that, right? It's the same thing with the Bible, right? We're sloppy as hell in the spirit. And we teachers. I'm a teacher of the Bible. I'm a Bible teacher. I'm going to give you counsel. Well, then what justifies me listening to you? What if you committed day to day? Think about this. Remember the scriptures about the sons of Sheba? And they sat back here and saw what Paul and them was doing. And said, we're going to do what Paul and them was doing. We're going to sit back here and take demons off people. What did those demons say when they saw these sons of Sheba try to do what Paul and them were doing? He said, Christ I know, Peter I know, Paul I know. Who the hell are you? They were sitting back here getting beat up and walking around here naked and beat up by. and he's got terrorized by demons. But that's what happens when we try to teach people about selfishness. They don't say those words, Christ I know and Paul I know, but who the hell are you? Well, you know what we get? Who the hell are you? I'm not listening to this guy. Is that not true? When I first came in, I was teaching and I'm a teaching and I'm a teaching and I'm a teaching and I'm a teaching. And nobody wasn't listening. Nobody was listening. Nobody started listening until I committed my life. Then people start listening. A little more. A little more. I ain't gonna say, oh yeah, this scriptures. People are like, yes! Hell yeah, I want to change my life. Hell no, it ain't like that. But you see, that's the carnal man. I think I can sit back here and if I put it together a certain way, mind blown. Now you've convinced me to be a Jew. Remember, I think it wasn't Pontius. It was the person that had Paul hemmed up in prison. Yeah, he said he almost converted me. But look what kind of life that man lived, Doc. Look how much sacrifice he committed for his words to have punch behind it. What people don't get, when you give your life to it, the conviction behind your word, there's a punch behind it. It's no different than you sit back here and talk to some dude. Listen, you got to live what you're saying, and the word has more impact.
That's why Christ told the disciples, he said, beware of the leaven of the Pharisees.
Good.
And he came back and told them what the leaven was. They didn't understand. They thought he was talking about bread. He said, no, the leaven is hypocrisy. Mm-hmm. He said, and that's what all of Matthew chapter 23 is about.
And Romans 2.
He said they bind heavy burdens upon men's shoulders, but they themselves will not lift one finger. Mm-hmm. So you got some people that will point the finger and tell you what to do and think that's righteous versus ones that will do what they tell you to do.
Because that's what the spirit of teaching is. Teaching is I'm trying to inspire you to change. But there has to be a certain level of change in yourself in which the spirit acknowledges to get a person to respond to you back.
Yep.
And if you don't put the necessary work to change what's inside of you, your words don't have the same impact. It's not a knock. Everybody at different levels in their growth experienced this. Like I said, I experienced when I was young. But listen, my words didn't start having an impact until I left home from Cali and started living this on a higher level. Then the message started having more teeth behind it. The more I gave up, then the message was stronger and it stuck with more power. I remember teaching the Bible, and my words felt like on the podium like this. Like the words like, you ever see those cartoons where there's like this whimper and it goes all the way down? It felt like that when I was teaching. Years ago, I was like 19, I'm like, and the words just felt like this. And then the more I gave my life to it, I can feel the words kind of like bouncing off the wall. I can feel the message digging and penetrating. But that took years. It was studying, yes, but it was the combination of studying and commitment that made the word penetrate. I'm just giving personal experience. But let's go to Romans real quick. Read verse 18.
Romans chapter 2 and verse 18. And knowest his will, and approvest the things that are more excellent, being instructed out of the law, and art confident that thou thyself art a guide of the blind, a light of them which are in darkness.
And a lot of times we gain that confidence because we've either we were told that we're growing, or we've made some adjustments in our life, and we can see the difference and feel the difference in doing that. Mm-hmm. Read on.
An instructor of the foolish, a teacher of babes, which has the form of knowledge and of the truth in the law.
And this is good. Even the desire to be an instructor of the foolish is a good thing. Read on.
Thou therefore, which teacheth another, teachest thou not thyself?
And this is so important. If we're going to put ourselves in that position of teaching another person and the foolish, am I prepared to keep myself under that yoke of change? I've seen a lot of teachers over the years get to a certain level of change and stop changing, and they keep teaching. And the word gets more hollow and hollow and hollow the more they're teaching without putting the work to make sure they're changing inside of themselves. This position of being the instructor of babes and foolish, that requires us to constantly be under the hook of changing. Because that's how your spiritual senses are exercised consistently. If you're not in a position of constant change and humility and adjustments, if I don't have to adjust, if I don't have to follow, if I don't have to submit, if I don't have to be humble and listen, and I'm not constantly under that demand, then my ability to teach weakens. Then my ability to teach isn't as potent as it is when I'm constantly in the action of having to apply these words to me. This is what he's saying. It isn't about perfection as much as constantly being in a position to be humbled and allow that spirit to work through you and cut you and correct you also. If we're in the spirit of being allowed to be molded, it's easier for me to help mold. Okay? But when we sit back here and try to mold and correct without putting myself in a position to mold and correct, then my message is going to come off on deaf ears. Because how dare I sit back here and try to put people through things that I don't want to put myself through? If I don't want to submit to being scrutinized and the microscope being put on me, why am I putting a microscope on somebody else?
The husbandman must be first partakers of the fruit.
And it's that scrutiny. Listen, I got to have somebody sit back and say, hey, you're doing this good, but you got to fix this. You're doing this good, but you got to make changes in this. And if I'm not putting myself through this, why am I sitting back here saying, yeah, you got to make adjustments in this and this. You got to do more. You got to give more. If I'm not subject to it, why do I have the right to put that microscope on somebody else and check them?
You know, because you know what the Most High doesn't allow us to do? Mm-hmm. He doesn't allow us to use the Bible as a weapon. Mm-hmm. Because I could easily, if it's just about telling somebody what to do and using his scriptures for that purpose, then it's mind control. Now I can use the Bible to dictate to get the word of God to be able to get people to navigate and do what I want them to do for my own personal benefit. Yeah. And the Most High wants the glory.
Yeah.
And so by the Most High getting the glory is that you subject yourself to the same thing that you're telling other people to subject themselves to.
Because what's happening is when you subject yourself, it might not be selfishness. It's something else in you that needs to get exposed. And in the process of the Most High humbling you in an arena where you're not strong at, now you're more empathetic to what somebody else is going through. Because you know how hard it is to fix the real issue in you. The hypocrisy kicks in is because I might not have a selfishness issue, so I'm going to hit you on something that you're not strong in. And that's when the disconnect comes in. Mm-hmm. But when you're getting hit and zeroed in on something that's just not naturally coming to you, right, I can understand this person with selfishness because that's just not something natural to them. Now there's more empathy in my message. There's more mercy in my message. There's more patience in my message. Mm-hmm. Because I'm being put in situations where I'm uncomfortable. So now I'm putting you in an uncomfortable situation. I'll have more mercy and patience. Does that make sense? How the Most High keeps us in that situation. That's how he shows us. You're making this person do something that is completely unnatural to them. Then you go through something and have somebody else make you go through something that's unnatural to you.
You tell them, hey,
then you'll see how it feels and how like out of place you are when you're being subject to something that's just you have no clue on how to deal with.
Yeah.
That's how he humbles us.
Yep. You're telling somebody to face their fears. And it's like, okay, cool. Now it's time to face your fear.
And then if you can learn how to face your fear and what's weak in you, it's easier for me to teach what you can obviously see as a flaw in them. That's how he humbles us both. That's how that student helps to teach the teacher how to face their battle. I'm telling you, once you start getting these breakdowns and knowledge, and all of a sudden, a lot of Israelites think they're above having to still be in the dirt and the muck and that vulnerability like they once were. And then that callousness and that disconnectedness comes off on those teachers. But when you're suffering and you're being humbled like they are, the whole spirit behind the teaching is different.
Yep.
Yeah.
2 Timothy 2:22.
2 Timothy chapter 2 and verse 22.
Greatness.
2 Timothy chapter 2 and verse 22. Flee also youthful lusts.
So the Most High said you got to get away from what?
Youthful lusts.
It said you got to eliminate your youthful lusts. That means you got to learn how to stay on top of your strong desires and put your strong desires in check. Read on.
But follow righteousness.
Go ahead.
Faith.
Go ahead.
Charity.
Read.
Peace. With them that call on the Lord out of a pure heart.
Now read verse 21.
Verse 21. If a man therefore purge himself from these.
So the Most High said if you know how to purge yourself from these things, which is number one, your youthful lust, which is a lot of times your vices and your impulses. Can you put under subjection your own vices and your own impulses? Can you put that in check? He said, what else?
It said, he shall be a vessel unto honor.
He said, the Most High can use you as a vessel if you're willing to eliminate the things in you. You're not qualified to be used as a vessel for the Lord until you start eradicating the things that are no good in you. Then the Most High said, you're a vessel unto what?
Honor.
Read on.
Sanctified.
Then the Most High said, then you're clean. That's what sanctified means, to be clean. Then you're clean enough to do what?
And meet.
Then you're right. You're sanctified and you're appropriate for what?
For the master's use.
Then the Most High can use you as his mouthpiece.
Now my thing is, in the time being, for us to get to that position, let us teach people the law. Let's teach people who they are according to the Bible. And let all that other stuff send people to the school like it did with those other issues. You see all that how hard it is to go start dealing with all these other issues and the psyche and the mind and the spirit. Listen, that also is above men's pay grade. Let men stick to what they can do. You know you're a Jew according to the Bible. You know you're God's chosen people. You can do that. Do that. Tell people to come to class. Go to class on 4444. Do that. Brothers want to sit back here and do the extra stuff when in actuality, just bring people to class and let the word work on them.
The Most High said, if a man know not how to rule well his own house, how shall he rule the house of the Lord? So that means what? If I'm going to rule the house of the Lord or be a leader of the Most High's people, I got to start where? I got to start in my own house. That means if I'm out of order in my own house, how can I dictate and tell somebody to be in order in their house?
And that's why I'm saying, instead of getting into the meat and potatoes of people, just give them the milk. Yeah. Come to the school.
The basics.
And until you work on what's inside of you, because the thing is, that's the question I'm thinking. Okay, if people aren't ready to go dig deep into the core of people, then you can still teach. Teach the color of the Jews. Yep. Teach who Christ came to save.
Yep.
Teach, hey, come to the school and get taught. Keep it that way. But if people think that's boring and I'm beyond it, now we're dealing with the inner man stuff. If you're ready to teach inner man, then let's go deal with inner man. In you. If you're not ready to sit back and look at you and make these major alterations, then keep it about the knowledge and the law. Does that make sense? Nobody's saying don't teach the Bible. We're saying you want to sit back and be a brain surgeon, but you just went to a directional you JUCO. Come on, man. You went to your first semester at JUCO, junior college. You want to do brain surgery? That's how it is. What makes a doctor a doctor? The time they put in. They were top of their class in high school. Because you can't even go to a good college unless you were top of your class in high school. Top 3% in your class. You gotta do that. Then you gotta go to a big college and be top of your class in that big college. Then after that 4 years, you gotta go to another medical school. Be top pre-med. Then you gotta get top of your class there. Then you got internships. Then that justifies what?
You gotta pass the MCAT.
Yeah. Then after all that, then you're justified to perform surgeries.
You gotta do some internships.
I said internships.
Okay.
The test, the internships, then you get to go ahead and make it pop. There is a process to go when it comes to really counseling and dealing with the heart of mankind. But for the time being, Just teach basic information and bring people to class. Yes.
Acts chapter 18, verse 24.
Acts 18 to 24.
Yes, sir.
And a certain Jew named Apollos, born at Alexandria, an eloquent man and mighty in the scriptures, came to Ephesus.
Go ahead.
This man was instructed in the way of the Most High,
Read.
and being fervent in the Spirit.
It said this man was instructed in the way of the Most High, and he was fervent in what?
The Spirit.
Read on.
He spake and taught diligently.
He taught all day. He taught all day long. Read on.
The things of Yahweh,
He talked about the Most High all day and taught all day. Go ahead.
knowing only the baptism of John.
But he only had one breakdown. He had one thing that he could.
We're going to talk about John every
We're going to talk about
day.
John the Baptist all day.
Did you know about John?
Did you know what
Well,
John
let me
was?
tell you. You want to hear it? Here it
Here
go.
we go.
John the Baptist.
Yeah.
He was so phenomenal.
Yeah.
Remember that?
You want to hear
That's
it?
classic, man. That's classic. I'm sorry, you set me up for that one,
But he did. He only had one breakdown. But guess what? He was strong at that one breakdown.
Mm-hmm.
He was mighty with that one John the Baptist breakdown.
Mm-hmm.
Or John the Baptist. But the Most High still used him.
Yes.
As a vessel to still instruct people. But he perfected that one good thing. He was good at that good thing. Can at least we master one good thing? Can we at least take one breakdown and master the crap out of that breakdown?
Yeah.
And we get strong in that. Then the Most High will do what? Read on.
And he began to speak boldly in the synagogue, whom when Aquila and Priscilla had heard, they took him unto them and expounded unto him the way of the Most High more perfectly.
And until the Most High showed that commitment and that one strong thing, then the Most High could take you and give you more and more meat and more.
If you're humble.
If you're humble enough.
He had to sit back here and put the Gospel of John in his back pocket.
That he was good at.
Add more.
Yep.
And he had to listen and learn and gain more. And had to be humble.
Yep.
Okay.
Then the Most High can help expound on top of what you already know and add some depth to your teaching. But you got to be humble. But you got to start somewhere. This man right here started just with one breakdown.
That's the point. Then be a color teacher, son of a gun, or John 3:16, son of a gun, and then bring them to people who can do the rest, and be okay with that. Real quick, let's finish up Romans 2. I think we're at verse 18 or 19.
21.
Okay, read that.
Romans chapter 2 and verse 21. Thou therefore which teachest another, teachest not thyself?
Read on.
Though thou that preachest a man should not steal, dost thou steal?
He's just saying, listen, as the more you start digging into the complexities of individuals, you'll start realizing they have patterns of negative that reflect your patterns of negative. There's patterns of a lack of change in this person that matches a lack of change in you. Especially when you're starting dealing with married couples and how the Most High connects those two people together. The more you sit back here and show how off your woman is, the more you realize there's a lot of things in you that are off too. And if I want to sit back here and I expect my woman to make these changes, I'm going to have to make changes in myself. This is my experience. If I don't change things in me, the Spirit won't back me in my pursuit of developing my woman. There's things I got to change in me for the Spirit to honor the message that I'm bringing out. And what I mean by the Spirit honoring is one thing for me to tell my rib she's off. It's another thing for the Most High to start sitting back here and creating conditions around her that confirm the message that I'm bringing to the table. A lot of times those messages are confirmed the more I'm trying to really change what's inside of me that's triggering the negative in her. The more I work on what's inside of me, I see the Most High defending me. And because the Most High always does it with us. I can sit back and tell a person something, and they'll sit back and hear it from somebody else, and that's their confirmation. You ever heard that before? If it comes from you, you're Diablo. You're a bad guy. You don't really care about my condition. But if another person says it, that's the Spirit talking to her. So that's what I mean by the Spirit defending me. But He ain't going to defend me like that. When I'm making changes in me, then all of a sudden, yeah, guess what I heard from work today? the Spirit was working. I'm like, that's great. That's great. The Spirit was working.
Yeah.
I am so happy the Spirit taught you that lesson. I'm like, I've been saying this shit for 2 goddamn years. But you know what? What good is it? What good is it for me to say that at that time?
Right.
That's just me saying, I told you. I didn't told you. I didn't told you the information. Why they got to go to? Why they got to get it from this person to listen to it? Now that's my pride and ego.
Right.
That's my pride. That's my point. But that don't even work until I sit back here and say, damn, what is it in me that's triggering this person to operate this way towards me? And that's when you got to change what's inside of you to open the door for the Spirit to back you on the other side. This is why it's saying, if you want to get definitive in your message, are you doing the same thing that you want them to change? And it might not be the exact physical thing. But if I want my woman to serve me more, then how am I not serving the Most High myself? That's what it's saying here. Read verse 22.
Verse 22. Thou that sayest a man should not commit adultery, dost thou commit adultery?
Well, how does a man commit spiritual adultery? My mind is given to other things but who?
Most High.
But I want my woman to lock into me. Is my mind wandering? Is my interest and heart wandering to other passions besides the studying and the commitment to the men? Then let me work on my commitment if I want her commitment to be better. So the Most High always checks us. But we can't see it. Because all we're focused on is, you're off, you're off, you're off, you're off. Well, how? We're the Most High's woman too. So how am I being this sassy broad to my husband? I can sit back and see the attitude, but where's my attitude towards the Heavenly Father? And there's got to be a consciousness of that dynamic as I am teaching students. And if you don't have that consciousness while you're teaching students, you're really not ready to do that job. You can pass it off to somebody.
Because they're going to throw it in your face.
Con.
You know, Reverend, then you're not going to really like it when people throw what you're not good at in your face.
Mm-hmm.
And then,
listen, the woman is supposed to submit.
Yeah.
S-U-B-M-I-T.
Yeah. Get the
You got
definition.
throwing the letters out there. Let's get definitions. Let's get Webster's dictionaries out. Order. There's 1,000 order classes. Them brothers back in the day would sit back in these tailored classes to teach how off the woman is. Because they had an argument that night before. Like, oh, the brother was pissed off last night. He had a bad argument, and the whole camp got to hear this shit out at 7 p.m. the next day.
The skin is black, like your heart. Your heart is black. Okay.
That's the truth. I don't care what nobody say. That happened too many times. The spirits told me we got to have a council about these women's and how wicked they is. You hear me? Like, what the hell? There is passion. It's the most intense class all month.
Supposed to be a Hanukkah class.
It goes an hour into a rant. Like, dude, you're injecting yourself in the class, sir. Can you make it about the Lord and stop making it about your beef? Because they're gonna use that indirect approach to check the person they want to check. Like, aha, is that picture of DiCaprio? I see it. You're going off. This is about you. Because that's what it is. Anyway, let's continue, man.
Thou that abhorrest idols, dost thou commit sacrilege?
What is it in how I operate towards the Most High? Where is the disobedience in me as I'm pointing out the disobedience in you? That's how we stay humble. And how hard it is for us to deal with that disobedience, that will help us be a lot more patient with the person we're trying to help. Does that make sense? Read on.
Thou that makest thy boast of the law.
We sit back and we can pull big verses. We can pull big breakdowns. Read on.
Through breaking the law, dishonorest thou the Most High.
We dishonor the Most High through our pride and our inconsistency. Read on.
For the name of the Most High is blasphemed among the Gentiles through you.
Listen, the name of the Most High is blasphemed amongst the Gentiles because the Gentiles see the hypocrisy in us. The nations sit back here and see us talking all this rhetoric about the Bible, and we're negative too. You understand? We're going to shut it down at that point. Mm-hmm. I don't want to go any more questions out of it because this is going to take us to 5 o'clock. We have things to do. Okay, Israel, Amajim Waponya, Yerushalayim. Everybody stop watching, man. What happened, man? What happened? It was the last question that we answered. Yeah. Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
In the name of Yahushai.
In the name of Yahushai.
Please listen to us right now.
Please listen to us right now.
Send Michael.
Send Michael.
And the righteous angels.
And the righteous angels.
To watch over.
Watch over.
Bless.
Bless.
Heal.
Heal.
Protect.
Protect.
And make strong.
And make strong.
The people of Yahshua.
The people of Yahshua.
Also send unto us.
Also send unto us.
Much wisdom.
Much wisdom.
Much knowledge.
Much knowledge.
Much understanding.
Much understanding.
Much patience.
Much patience.
Much faith.
Much faith.
Much brotherhood.
Much brotherhood.
And much love.
And much love.
Spiritual power.
Spiritual power.
And forgive all of our sins.
And forgive all of our sins.
Yahweh shall come quickly.
Yahweh shall come quickly.
For indeed.
For indeed.
Is our hope.
Is our hope.
Always.
Always.
And forever.
And forever.
Amen.
Amen.
Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Baruch Tha Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Baruch Tha Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Ha'awa'ah. Nothing Hatawara.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai that gives us the law.
Baruch Tha Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Baruch Tha Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Ha'awa'ah. Nothing
A war. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai that gives us the light to see.
Baruch Tha Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Baruch Tha Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Ha'awa'ah. Nothing Ha'ayin.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai that gives us the ram's horn to call the people.
4. Baruch Tha Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Baruch Tha Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Nothing Shemon. Zayav. Ramashak. Yahshua.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai that gives us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
Psalms 92. It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
And thy faithfulness every night.
And thy faithfulness every night.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
And upon the psaltery.
And upon the psaltery.
Upon the harp.
Upon the harp.
With the solemn sound.
With the solemn sound.
For thou Yahweh.
For thou Yahweh.
Hast made me glad through thy work.
Hast made me glad through thy work.
I will triumph. In the works of thy hands.
In the works of thy hands.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
How great are thy works.
How great are thy works.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
A brutish man knoweth not.
A brutish man knoweth not.
Neither doth the fool understand this.
Neither doth the fool understand this.
When the wicked spring is the grass.
When the wicked spring is the grass.
And when all the workers of iniquity do flourish.
And when all the works of iniquity do flourish.
It is that they shall be destroyed forever.
It is that they shall be destroyed forever.
But thou, Lord, art most high forevermore.
Art most high forevermore.
For lo thy enemies.
For lo thine enemies.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
For lo thy enemies.
For lo thine enemies.
Shall perish.
Shall perish.
All the workers of iniquity.
All the workers of iniquity.
Shall be scattered.
Shall be scattered.
But my horn shalt thou exalt.
But my horn shalt thou exalt.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
Mine eye also shall see.
Mine eye also shall see.
My desire.
My desire.
On my enemies.
Mine enemies.
And my ears shall hear.
And mine ears shall hear.
My desire.
My desire.
Of the wicked.
Of the wicked.
That rise up against me.
That rise up against me.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord.
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord.
Shall flourish in the courts of our power.
Shall flourish in the courts of our power.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
To show that the Lord is upright.
To show that the Lord is upright.
He is my rock.
He is my rock.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
And there is no righteousness in him.
By Hashem Yahushai.
By Hashem Yahushai.
Psalms 133. Shayar. Hama'ayawa. Laduwa. Hana. Ma. Tawa. Wama. Na'ayam. Shabbat. Akim. Gum. Yachad. Kashaman. Hatuwa. Ayel. Haraash. Yerad. Ayel. Hazakwan. Zakwan. Aharan. Shayarad. Ayel. Payah. Manawath Yawa. Kator. Charamwan. Shayarad. Ayah, Aroya, Tazayawan, Kaya, Shom, Tazawah, Yahweh, Habaraka, Chayayim, Ay, Hawalam, Ba'ashem Yahshai.
Psalms 133 in English. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirt of his garments, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life evermore. Amen.
Amen. Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahshai.
Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahshai.
Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahshai. Rakno. Rashralia. Wabiyath. Support. Turn. Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahshai. Rakno. Rashralia. Wabiyath. Support. Turn. Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahshai. Rakno. Rashralia. Wabiyath. Support. Turn. Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahshai. Rakno. Rashralia. Wabiyath. Support. Barakatay Shot. All knowledge, all wisdom, all understanding, all mercy, all long suffering, all patience, all love, all power comes from your house. All power comes from your house. All power comes from your house. Ba'ashem Yahshai. The water. Amen. Circle up. You're doing it.
Salute out.
Oh,
No, hey, this guy.
no, hey. Boys, come on, cut the boys.
You got it. You're doing good. Go for it.
Saluting out in the heavenly order. Yahweh, Shai, Kodesh Allah, men of Israel, Umaja, Barak,
Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahshai. Barakatah.
Kodesh Allah,
Yashmata.
Yashmatah, 23 sisters,
Mom Shabbat.
Shabbat. Saluting out in the daughters of Zion, men of Israel, Umaja, Barak,
Yahweh Shema Ba'ashem Yahshai. We good.
Oh, shalom.
This ain't shalom for now. Yeah. Let's, you want to break it down?
Yeah, I always says in the name of the Most High Christ, bless you. And then you give us a salute back. Same thing. This ain't shalom. It's cool.
Okay. Yashmata. Dismiss. Fall out. What are y'all?